Here we are again. 47-yard try, his longest attempt of the game. He has missed his last. Back. Ball.
What the fuck is going on, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Blitz with Blake. We are doing the usual, the weekly wrap-up. If you hear some fucking knocking behind me, I got to do laundry, so I apologize if you hear that while listening. I am joined, by the usual, right? We're here with number one, Spencer, the guru.
Yo, what's happening, Blake?
Dude, how are you?
Oh shoot, man, I'm doing great actually. Because this had a fun weekend and it started off the week strong. I had a great run Monday, watched the Monday night game. I saw to see OBJ get his ass handed to him in his Rams debut. That was fun to see. And then today was a really busy day, just grinding per usual. Getting all my stats put in for the week. I tell people I keep stats every week. That helps keep me sharp. I punch them in all by hand manually. Don't have any a stat keeper. I just do it all myself. I want to keep sharp up here, and then making radio appearances. All this show number 3. Third time's a charm on Tuesdays, making my rounds throughout the radio and the lives and all that. So yeah, man, just grinding. Just grinding and having fun while doing it.
Just fucking grinding, dude. I appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you coming on last week as well for that mid-season award show.
Oh yes, sir. That was a hell of a time, man. Always enjoy coming on.
Woo-wee. Also, as usual, Bogart's going to be hopping in here. He had to finish a couple things up, but Bogie scot-free will be in the cut tonight, as the kids say.
Yes, sir. Hey, we make plays every day. Hey. I am Luigi. I'll fill in for him.
The earth is his turf.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and just kick it off. We'll let Bogart hop in here. Panthers smoke the Cards 34-10. Cam Newton, I'm back.
Yeah. I like the randomness of the order. I did not expect to start off with this one, but let's do it, man. I'm down to talk about that. That was a shocker. I was really shocked by that. I didn't really expect Cam Newton to do all that much. Just getting there. I didn't know if he'd know the playbook. It's a new system now since he was there, but he came in and made his big impact. I'm back. Just made the huge splash, man. Not one but 2 touchdowns. Actually outscored PJ Walker, the quote-unquote starter, which, he did throw way more passes, PJ did, but Cam actually outscored him for fantasy purposes. That just goes to show Cam is the guy moving forward. Darnold is hurt and likely on his way out. I don't know if he'll ever be a starter again, man. It just never worked for Sammy D. Just never happened for him. Being on the Jets and then now injured here and not performing well. Just not his. This didn't happen for him. But anyway, Cam is I'm worried as a Saints fan, man. I'm worried that Cam is going to light a fire under these Panthers because they were struggling big with Darnold these past few weeks. And they made a statement. They made a statement Sunday by smoking Arizona. I know it was with Colt McCoy. It wasn't the same team, but that Cardinals team whooped up on the 49ers last week. So that's still
right.
That's a nice team even without Kyler Murray. They've got a good defense, good skill players. They had AJ Green back, still no Hopkins. So and there ain't no Chase Edmonds. That probably hurt them too. They're pretty banged up, but they should have all those guys back soon. So the Cardinals, I wouldn't panic. They were kind of due for an off week. They had been playing well above expectations. So I would expect them to shake back just fine. But, oh, man, the Panthers. CMC's back healthy too. So, them boys might be pretty good.
So, and they said to I think I read that. I think it was yesterday. They said that Cam Newton's taking a lot of the first reps.
Yeah, they named him the starter already, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, he'll be under center this week. Who they get? The Washington football team going against his old coach, Ron Rivera. That's going to be a fun matchup.
WFT, dude. I mean, I will say this. Yeah, the Cards are beat up. And like you said, I think you put it well, right? Like, don't panic. I mean, you're not going to – rarely are you going to win every single fucking game and just dominate it. And obviously, this was an off week. Now, granted, like you said, Cardinals are missing key pieces of their offense. But still, I mean, it was a statement game for sure. I was shocked by this game, actually.
Yeah, I was too. I mean, I was like, I wouldn't be shocked me if the Panthers upset them, but to smoke them like that really did. That truly shocked me. I couldn't believe that. Seeing Cam doing that, I was just like, my gosh. I was like, what was this 2015 again or something?
Yeah,
like,
right.
What is going on here? I mean, that's crazy. If I'm remembering right, I think that year 2015, I'm pretty sure that the Panthers beat the Cardinals in the NFC Championship to get to the Super Bowl that year. That was back when the Cardinals had Carson Palmer and then Larry Fitzgerald in his prime. I was rooting for them. I mean, being a Saints fan, I hate the Panthers. I was like, let's go Cards, but Palmer crapped his pants in the playoffs like he always did.
Classic.
Yeah, classic Carson Palmer, man. That dude, man, he had a lot of raw talent, but then they did him dirty when he was at the Bungles and he got injured and he never really was quite the same, but he had a big resurgence that year. I remember he was like one of the top fantasy QBs that season. He kind of just came out of nowhere as a 30-something-year-old, but yeah, the Panthers, that was back when Cam truly was Super Cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good spot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this year's Panthers, though, I would say they're fugazi. I mean, their record's about out there. They're kind of like a decent fringe playoff team. I think they'll probably sneak in. Man, I don't know, man. I'm worried about my Saints, man. We've been struggling. So I just hope we can keep patchworking it because, man, these Panthers and the 49ers are coming back on the rise. Well, Bogart, I'm sure he'll be hyped when he gets in here because that was a huge statement for them last night.
Yeah, huge game for them.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
Who we got next?
The Packers shut out Chef Russ 17-0. That's the first time Russell Wilson's been shut out.
Right, yeah. It was the first Seattle shutout since 2011. So I was like, damn. I was like, and then Russ started in 2012. So, yeah, it's been a decade since the Seahawks have been shut out. But I couldn't say I saw this coming, but I wasn't totally shocked by that, though, because I was thinking Russ was going to probably have it rough, man. Going in the Lambeau with coming off the finger, still a little banged up, still has like a something in it, like not the full. Obviously, he can throw, but he's still got to think like it's still a little like splinty, not really where it needs to be, not 100%. I think he kind of rushed back because he's Russ. I mean, he prides himself on playing. He hadn't missed a game prior to this mallet finger injury, so it wouldn't shock me though that he got shut out just because. He just wasn't right. I mean, that whole offense wasn't functioning. The running game, Pete Carroll, man, that dude. I don't know if he saw Come On Man last night, but they showed that this motherfucker, he could have been on the midseason awards if we'd have done it this week. The motherfucker he went to throw a challenge flag and throw goddamn hand warmers onto the field. Like, what are you doing? He threw his hand warmers. Man, that boy Bogart. I think Bogart's right, man. He's losing it, man. He's going senile. They need to. I could see why Russ wants out, man. Russ probably like breaking down the tape to Pete, and then Pete's probably just like this munching away on his gum and just like run the football. Fuck it. 3rd and 15, fuck it. Run the football. We got Chris Carson, Alex Collins. Yeah. It's just that team, man. No wonder they suck. I mean, Aaron Rodgers didn't even do much. He was rusty himself returning from COVID. Mm-hmm. It was the A.J. Dillon show, man. A.J. Dillon just made them look like boys out there. He just went, just like beat the shit out them boys, man. That was wild. I was happy though. I had Dillon in a league. It helped me win that league. So big ups to A.J. Dillon for that. And he'll have an extended run with Aaron Jones hurting himself in that game. A.J. Dillon's going to see that workhorse role moving forward. Really excited to see what he can bring to the table with that.
He's a fucking tank, dude.
He really is. He's fun to watch. He's a throwback. He's one of the few running backs these days that actually runs like a tank and is effective doing it. Because a lot of
Yeah.
these guys that try that old school approach, defenses know what's coming. They'll just stuff. I mean, like old man Adrian Peterson. I mean, against my Saints, he had no chance. I mean, it was just like he was just it was like a bad high school football team running back. It just was not going anywhere. Like just not even 3 yards in a cloud of dust. But like it's half a yard in a cloud of dust. I mean, he just couldn't do anything. But AJ Dillon is a different breed. He's that dude, man. He is yet to hit his ceiling. If I'm in a dynasty league, if I don't already have him, I'm trying to get him. It's probably too late. But if he can find someone that's stupid enough to trade him, go ahead and get him because he's got a bright future.
Oh, I agree. It was an interesting game. I thought, obviously one thing that I think is interesting that you brought up is how off the offense really did look for Seattle. Like it looked like you could tell Russ hadn't been in for a little bit just by the way the offense looked in general. It just wasn't that same offense didn't look nearly the same, nearly as smooth anything.
Right,
Not granted, they haven't been that smooth as of late anyway, but still.
Yeah, looked like they did pretty well against Herb and the Jags, and that defense for the Jags has been better as of late. So against them, they look pretty good, but that was, I guess, an outlier because they have not looked good. When they played my Saints, they looked horrendous. I mean, they could not do anything. I mean, my Saints didn't play good that night. That was a Monday night. My Saints struggled. We really struggled. If we'd have been playing almost anybody else, we probably wouldn't have won, but we were playing freaking Pete Carroll, so he basically gave us the win. And Pete Carroll and Geno, arguably at this point, that's probably arguably the worst head coach quarterback combination out there. That was, jeez, couldn't do anything, dog. I mean, I'm Saints. I mean, we have a decent defense, but they made us look like the way we did back in the Dome Patrol days. Like, we just dominated them. I was like, this is crazy. like somebody like, oh, because the Saints scored it late. Like, oh, we scored too quick. I was like, no, we did not score too quick. We will shut them down. They fucking suck. This is over. We won. And sure enough. Yeah, this was But yeah, I was not expecting that to happen. I figured if both QBs came back, that it would be. I was thinking maybe more maybe 24-17 or 24-13. Probably like 24-13 would have been more realistic if Russ could have gotten anything going. But man, he probably came back too soon. But although I just Geno, would he have been any better? I tend to doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just they're screwed, man. They are not. They are finishing in the cellar. I don't care. I know Russ is gonna do better in the second half, but he's just with Pete Carroll, man. Pete Carroll, the league's passed him by. They are finishing in the cellar. I'm pretty. There's no doubt with the 49ers trending up, they're screwed. Seahawks are screwed.
Do you think? Now, here's an interesting thought. Do you think Pete Carroll is what Mike McCarthy was?
Oh man, Pete Carroll and Big Mike. Oh yeah, that's kind of because he's holding back his franchise quarterback. Yeah, I kind of think so because Big Mike for a while, Big Mike early in Rodgers' career, him and Big Mike seemed to be on the same page, kind of like with Russ and Pete Carroll on the same page for a while, and then now it's the relationship has deteriorated. So I mean, that's actually a good comparison. I never thought of it like that. I feel like with Russ is like a more clean cut, classy guy. Like as far as he's not gonna straight up say, Pete, you suck, like the way Rodgers basically said, Mike, you suck, and kind of got him out of there. So I think Russ, I don't know. Russ is just kind of, I don't know. He would probably just demand the trade behind the scenes rather than publicly call out Pete Carroll, which I'd be all for, man. Come to NOLA, Russ. We'll treat you good. We'll let you cook. We'll let you cook gumbo, jambalaya. Come on down, my brother. We got you. Or shoot, even your Steelers, man. I'd like to see.
I'd fucking take him.
Yeah, sure. If we can't get him, I mean, y'all would be a good fit too, man. Or maybe y'all could have Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers. Bogart keeps wanting to speak that into existence. I was like, I'll take Russ. Y'all take Rodgers. We'll call it a day.
Dude, we'll get we'll get to the Steelers game here later because I got many thoughts on that one. But
Oh,
I
God.
would definitely take any quarterback at this point. So,
Yeah, Mason fucking Rudolph.
oh Jesus Christ, what a fucking
Man, that Big
disaster!
Ben news, man, that broke hella late on Saturday. I was at dinner at a restaurant and I get an alert about Big Ben. I'm like, son of a bitch. I hadn't done my rankings yet. I was literally like about to post my rankings once I got back from the restaurant. I was like, son of a bitch, I'm gonna have to go in and redo the quarterback rankings now because I had Big Ben in the top 18 thinking it was a good matchup for him. I was like, oh, now I gotta take him out. Look who showed up.
There he is. Is that a Pink Floyd shirt?
Looks like it.
Hold on a second.
The
My bad. I couldn't.
earth is his turf.
Yes. And the earth apparently has a lot of traffic. So, yes.
That it
And then,
does.
yes, and I have several children that I'm aware of. So, you know what I mean?
I'm aware of.
Yes. And that's a horrible joke. I'm a father. If I had kids out there, I would be in their lives. So that was a bad joke. But the earth is my turf. And for all the fantasy enthusiasts out there, you are all my children.
Papa Bogard.
Yes. How you brothers doing?
Good, man. We
Great,
were
man. Doing great.
we only went over one game so far, and we're on the
Okay.
second one right now.
Which game was it though?
We went over the Panthers and the Cardinals.
Okay, man, CMC. God fucking damn it.
Glad I held
Okay.
him. I had him in a couple leagues. Glad I held on, man. As people wanting to trade for him, I was like, fuck you, I'm not trading him. He's gonna be fine.
I know, right? You could have got a king's ransom. Like, you know what's crazy is I only have CMC in one place. I'll make this quick before we'll get to the next game. Is that and real quick, Robbie Anderson, that's a spoof. No one buy into that. You know what I mean? And
the string bean.
yeah, even though I love the string bean, it's just Cam Newton's gonna go short when and that's gonna benefit CMC and DJ more. But and I do want to say, man, I thought I pulled the most incredible trade off like days before week 1 started. I moved Kenneth Gainwell off a big preseason game, paired him up with I paired Kenneth Gainwell with Najee Harris and Calvin Ridley, and I brought back CMC and Allen Robinson. And then I immediately made a trade for Chuba. And yeah, that even though I'm number 3 in that league, it's a $200 league, and it just doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? I still have a bye week coming up for CMC. So if he's any kind of nicked up, I don't see why they would play him this week. You know what I mean? Yeah. But anyways, that's where I'm at. And let's on to this next game.
So we
and Cam Newton screaming at the high pitched volume was awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have a theory. He was so filled with joy that he felt like a child again, and he actually reverted back to reverse puberty. Such joy he felt, and I felt his joy.
I know, you could tell he hadn't been on a roster this whole year, man. That must have really felt good, man. I'm usually a Cam hater, being that he would burn my Saints, but even I had to tip my hat. I was like, bravo, dog. That was fun to see.
Oh yeah,
electric.
Yeah. Oh
electric.
Yeah, hell of energy too.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
We also, so far, we've summed up quite a bit of the Packers shutting out Chef Russ. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh man, Mr. Unlimited my ass, first of all, right? And I'm not worried about Russ. And there's probably a week left in most leagues, most redraft leagues, for a trade deadline. I'm trying to get, DK or Lockett. You know what I mean? This is a bad team. The defense is bad. They're going to be in a lot of throwing situations. They don't have a run game to speak of. So I like those pieces moving forward, while everyone's panicking. It was an off game, really cold. Everybody knows when you got any type of injury, that shit is going to be even magnified more in the cold. You know what I mean? It's not like they can give him a lidocaine shot in his fucking hand because, you know, you need to feel your hand to put touch on the ball. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. And like, I just, you know, he did come back early, you know, earlier than expected. And I think I think it's what the team needed, but like, it didn't work. You get what I'm saying? Like, they needed a jump start. Like, they needed a jolt of like belief. And, you know, that came in the form of rest, and it just didn't deliver. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could agree with that.
Yeah, I think it'll be like your point about it. I think he'll be good moving forward because like there's a cold weather and just they're gonna be in a lot of negative game scripts. So there's a good buy low, like we say on the you know, the playmakers, get them for the low. It's the perfect time to get them for the low when it comes to the Seattle offense.
And this week, for 1 week only, we're doing the Real Fantasy Playmakers Thursday night. So it's kind of a slash watch party. If you guys are available, man, slide, you know, pull up. You know what I mean?
For sure. Hey, I might have to make a pop in.
Yeah.
Sure. Who plays Thursday? Oh, yeah, the Patriots Falcons. To be a Patriots fan.
Let's get to this Patriots game.
Be a Patriots fan.
Oh, yeah, okay. I got you.
Okay. All right, listen. Mac, I just have some thoughts here. When the Niners were rumored to get Mac Jones, I didn't want it because it's not flashy, it's not fun. And I didn't realize how much fun it would have been because here's a guy who might not have the athleticism to be a mobile QB, etc. He makes all the right decisions. Like he's, you know, and he came from an NFL style offense with Sarkisian, which would have fit in with the Niners system really fucking well, especially because we have success with someone like Jimmy currently. You know, he could have slotted in there and the game plan would really change. I mean, because I know they're eager to get Lance in there because it opens up a completely different playbook, but that's far and away from like, you know, manifesting right now because, you know what I'm saying, he's just extremely raw. And Mac Jones is going to be Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, it's looking like he very well could be. I mean, Jamar Chase won our mid-season awards Rookie of the Year, but damn, Mac Jones made up a hell of a lot lot of ground this week. I mean,
they won 4 straight.
Yeah, they're balling the fuck out, man. And Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Myers.
He did it.
Okay. I want to explain something again while we're speaking on Jacoby Myers is because in my luck in fantasy, bro, is hilarious because I could pull off incredible shit, but I don't have good luck. I have the bad luck where, like, for example, I'm playing Blake. I look across my lineup. He has Tua, and I laugh out loud, literally. And I'm like, ha, 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 ha. And then watching the game, Tua ends up coming in. And I'm like, this motherfucker, right? Or I'm looking across some of my matchups this week, and I'm playing against Jacoby fucking Myers. And I go, this is going to be the week he finally scores that touchdown because it's going to be on me. And it happened. You know what I mean? Shit like this happens all the time. How about this? It's Sunday morning, and I can't fucking decide who to drop for Stevenson. And I was really just going to pick him up just to block him. And then in 2 different leagues, while I'm sitting there and, you know, with my thumb up my ass, and I'm like, you know what am I doing? Let me go pick him up. And he's picked up by my opponents and starts against me. And I lose those matchups. This is this happens to me.
Damn, he might have to appear on the, I know 7 o'clock starting a new show, The Fantasy Safe Space. Man, you got to. I gotta be on that, man. This shit is crazy, dog.
I'll tell you though.
And shout out to 7 o'clock, man, and shout out to media. I really rock with those guys, man. We have yet to. I mean, I did collab with 7 on one of his shows that used to be on Warzone, and then they kind of like moved on from them. I guess I don't know the exact situation, but you know what I mean. Yeah, so we've yet to have something to come out, but those guys are awesome, man. I really like what they do. They remind me of us.
Oh yeah, big up.
Yeah, just some guys that just know their shit and enjoy what they do and have fun. You know what I mean?
Dude, I'll say this though, when you texted me about this Tua thing, I was also sitting here like, oh, wow, how lucky am I that they actually fucking brought him in? But then in my head, I was texting Bogart. I was like, well, I was in a weird situation because Aaron Rodgers was still on sleeper in this league. Aaron Rodgers was still listed on the COVID list, so I couldn't put him in.
But just my luck, Tua was the play for you. You know what I mean? To give you your best chance to winning. right? Like because
Yeah, I think
he put
Tua
up,
outscored Rodgers for this week.
No, he didn't.
I mean, he could have put in Cam Newton and he would have. I mean, Rodgers and Wilson in like traditional formats combined for like 14 fantasy points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Russ fucked me in Superflex. Man, I have Russ in a couple Superflex. Like, oh, he's back. He's gonna be an upgrade. But goddamn, he really killed me. I mean, I put him in over Great White Hope in our all-in league and shit. And he didn't even do any better than Great White Hope. I mean, that was terrible. I had like an empty slot for my freaking Superflex.
Yeah, man. But you know what though? Going back to Mac Jones, like I'm trying. I have Kyler Murray in my $500 league, and I'm just like I'm already living in the world. He's not going to play again, and I've been streaming. And I went with Jimmy, 2 weeks in a row, and he had back-to-back 300-yard outings, multiple touchdowns. I got off the play this week, went to Wentz, and it cost me a match, right? And then, and now I'm starting to realize too, the Jags aren't on defense. We can't really pick on them like we used to. They've been a decent run defense all year, and now their secondary is starting to come together because the pass rush is coming alive. You know what I mean? And that helps any type of secondary. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they've been a lot better as of late. Yeah, they freaking
Yeah.
cut down Josh
Allen.
Allen. Wentz sucked. Yeah, that was
Wentz was on fire in fantasy going into this week. You know what I mean?
I know, yeah, he killed me in a league. He didn't really hurt me too bad. My other option was guess who? Russ. So
yeah,
he
so
didn't even hurt me,
I'm struggling. Like I have claims in on like Fields and Mac Jones, and I'm struggling because I want to chase the Mac Jones thing because it's Atlanta. But I'm like, damn, what if they just run all over them? And then, the yards haven't really.
And it's a
like,
Thursday night. It's 39
yeah,
Thursday
you don't want to
night
get behind on a Thursday. And, Damian Harris, I feel like they held him out so they can give him a massive workload. You know what I mean? So I'm also wary of chasing the Ramondre Stevenson thing. I mean, because, normally on any other team, you'd be like, Ramondre, he earned his spot. He's going to, eat regardless. But not with Belichick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Belichick would be like, okay, that was good. You did good. Good job.
Yeah. Back to Damien.
The dog told me.
Yeah. The dog says we gotta go back to Damien. I say so.
Hey, if the dog dies, he'll get the dog stuffed. Like, what do they call that shit? He'll call up the taxiderm because I bet you he has one on speed dial because he just seems like that type of guy that stuffs all his. He probably Belichick buries his enemies.
Of dogs.
Yes, and the dogs, even in the afterlife, the dogs still funnel information.
Oh yeah, Belichick's dog. That's who. Yeah, that dog. He knows all the secrets.
If that dog can talk, man, to anyone else at least, because apparently he talks to Belichick.
Of course he does.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They have the little basement with him and Steve Belichick. They all meet there. Like, so
just sit around licking their lips, all three of them,
eating a raw steak. Just sharing the steak with the dog, just one side each. And when Belichick growls, it sounds like this. he has the most monotone growl.
That shit's fucking crazy.
Oh my goodness. So next one we got Finns beating the Ravens 22-10.
What the fuck was that? That's what I thought Thursday night. I was listening to that on my way back from NOLA, and I was like, "This game is mind fucking me right now. This is insane." Yeah. It's so Lamar was just stuck in the mud. He was stuck. He was making ruts, just spinning his wheels.
This is what they did. This is Brian Flores at his best because this is what he does. He says, "Okay, we're finna blitz the highest percentage in this entire year so far in one game, and we're gonna be sending our safeties off. Safety blitzes." Every play, basically. And they couldn't make the adjustment, dude. And I would say Chicago would try to bite their style this week against the Ravens, but they don't have the speed safeties. I'm curious if because that's the blueprint now. And you know who put the blueprint out? The Detroit Lions of all teams. Because remember, they limited Lamar and they had a similar game plan against him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny, kind of like the Falcons last year kind of put out the blueprint on Mahomes. It's weird how these like bad teams are usually the blueprint teams.
Well, because it kind of when you're like a team that no one's giving a chance, they're like, yeah, they're gonna get ran over. And this team, I can imagine like they're in their locker room with all the bulletin board material, like, yo, fuck that.
Yeah, we gotta get creative here. We gotta get creative.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta just try shit at that point. Yeah, because you
what do you have to lose?
Heads up. Yeah, exactly. Just try shit and hope it works.
What do they say? I know this is a saying, but I'm probably fucking it up. But it's like, through struggle you build greatness, I guess, or whatever. You know what I mean? I forget what that is, but it's like, when you're struggling as team and like what's funny is the Detroit Lions. I really feel their like Dan Campbell's emotion because he's just like, what the fuck, a tie? Like we just like they're still in the first ever 17-week season. They could be 0-16 still.
0-16-1. That would be hilarious, honestly. That would be so great. Fitting for the Detroit Lions. We went 0-16 again and 1.
And Jared Goff would still have 0 games won.
Jared
without Sean McVay. Yeah, fucking Jared from Subway. Without Sean McVay has never won a game, and I don't ever want to see it happen because that's awesome.
Yeah, I kind of gave Sam Darnold a rough time before he got on Bogart, but at least he's like injury and shit. Freaking Jared Goff, man, that dude is just fucking terrible. He's like the next Ryan Leaf. Like he is just a fucking bust. Total.
What was he? Was he the first overall or second that year?
Yeah, first overall. Wentz was second. I know he get on Wentz.
So he is Ryan Leaf from Subway.
Basically. Carson Wentz, Carson Wentz is not Peyton Manning. Let's just say that. That draft class was just kind of shitty.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, I don't even know who else was in it. It was Wentz, Goff, and I don't think it was a whole lot there. That was like the
2016. So
yeah, 2016. There may have been somebody in there. I think Dak Prescott was he that draft?
Yep.
Okay, there's somebody good then.
Yep, they went 12-4 that year, and they were one of the top seeds. They had the bye week, and then they were 1-done to the Packers.
Yep, Dak Prescott, freaking 4th round pick. Yeah, he was because all the other ones were terrible. Freaking Paxton, Christian Hackenberg. Oh, the beef brisket was in that.
Yeah, Brissett was in
there.
Yeah, the beef brisket probably.
Yeah, to New England.
Yeah, to New England. Yeah, he played a little bit that year. Brady was suspended. Him and Jimmy.
Yeah, he played one of the games because here's a fun fact is that he went down when Jimmy played 2.5 games. Brissett comes in relief because of a shoulder injury to Jimmy. And then they win that game. And then on a short week, on a Thursday night, he's the first ever black quarterback to start for the Patriots.
Yeah,
they played against the Texans. And he ran all over him like a mobile QB. You know what I mean? So I remember when people were wondering where Cam Newton's going to go last year, I was hella like to the moon about him going to New England because Josh McDaniels has a mobile QB playbook. And I saw him win with Tim Tebow. And I was like, why couldn't they do this with Cam? And it happened and it looked good until he got COVID for real.
Yeah, 100% though.
And this coming off of COVID, not being vaccinated, that's the real thing. Look at Aaron Rodgers. He looked rusty to the motherfucker too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, I bet. Ben comes back this week. I know he was vaccinated, but man, I bet he's gonna look rough.
Ben might die, dude.
Like literally died. I think he's had symptoms. They said he had symptoms.
He might die, man. Karma might kill him for being a rapist.
Rapist burger. Oh man, I'm saying I don't know if I told y'all this story, but when I went to the Saints Steelers game, right when all that was happening, I think he was still the quarterback. Like I think he didn't get suspended for any of that. Like he was, and then we kicked their ass. It was like 2008, I believe.
I remember that.
Yeah, and the chants all throughout the Superdome started going, Ravensburger! Like everyone started screaming, and I was like, "Oh my god, that shit was funny." That game was on Halloween too. That was a lit night. That was fucking lit.
I love it when a crowd could coordinate with a nice with a nice chant that has a lot of syllables.
Yep,
because it's not easy to do.
Oh, what? That was insane. That was just. Whew. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, if he comes back this week, he's gonna get his ass handed to him, man. The Chargers,
for sure.
They're gonna fuck him up.
And the Chargers are pissed right now. You know what I mean? And also, I mean, for what it's worth, Najee could just do everything because the Chargers are one of the worst run defenses, and Big Ben is one of the best game managers at this point in his career. Like that's really what he is.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm starting to see a little. I know that we all want workload and usage, high usage for fantasy, but damn, man, I'm starting to. It's a little red. That's kind of a red flag. It's just how much usage Najee's getting. Like, God,
yeah, he's getting banged up every week now. Every week he's dealing with something.
He's gonna get a new CMC. He's gonna end up hurt, man. I'm just. God,
but that's why But this is what you're supposed to do with those type of running backs, right? You use them up while you can. You know what I mean? They probably, maybe at most, you know, since he's a first round pick and maybe 2 years they extend him because I think this is only like the beginning of what we're going to see with Najee. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he's got a bright future. I just don't want him to be out of the league within 5 years or some shit.
I mean, Todd Gurley. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, it could happen. Like it's scary. If you run these guys in the ground. Yeah, Bell just got cut today. The Ravens cut him. Bell. I think
I'm just saying, like they fall from grace fast. Like Le'Veon Bell had like a solid 4, maybe 5 years, but you know he had a couple seasons that were ended by injury. You know, I think he's only really played 1 full season, maybe 2, if I remember correctly. But I mean, and then you know Todd Gurley, like was Todd Gurley really great, or was it, you know, did Sean McVay just know how to unlock him? I mean, I remember when Sean McVay got there, one of the first orders of business, they brought in Andrew Whitworth coming over from the Bengals. And like, you know, he came over like at the age 36 and he was still balling. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's still playing out there now.
Yeah, he's still their left tackle, I think.
Yeah, and he's awesome. He's awesome. Like when he's healthy, he's good. You know what I mean? Like they really don't make him like they used to. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and just maybe because now you look at any other running back and Sean McVay, it's gonna work. You know what I mean? So was Todd Gurley really that guy? I don't know. You know what I mean? And the wear and tear obviously wouldn't allow him to be. And you guys, before I jumped on, I was watching a little bit, and you guys were talking about how clunky Adrian Peterson looked against your Saints.
Yeah. Oh, he looked
like,
bad.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like where he's so bad to the point that, you know, Deontay Foreman's the hot pickup this week. You know what I mean? In a revenge narrative against his former team. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Dante Foreman revenge game. That's how slim the pickings are right now.
You know what's funny is the first week when they brought in Peterson and then they activated Foreman, and I remember saying 2 weeks ago, you know, add Foreman as a speculative grab. You know what I mean? Like, and like now everyone's going gaga because we're all chasing what we think could be someone that could, you know, fill a Derrick Henry role. First of all, no one fills that role.
Yeah, hell no.
Look at the breakdown. People are so excited for Foreman because he got the most carries. He got 11. And I get it. He looks the best between the tackles out of all those running backs. But like, you know, 8 carries to Peterson, you know, 5 for McNichols. So what's that? That's 11, 8, 24, or 23. And then another 5 for Tannehill. So as a team, they ran the ball, but you know, just right under 30 times, and none of them were fantasy viable. So I just don't even think anyone should fuck with anything there.
Yeah, Foreman though. I mean, it is a good matchup. So maybe I could see maybe throwing a dart if your bench is just totally rotten. But I definitely wouldn't spend don't blow a fab load on Donta Foreman. He's not gonna. That's not a good long-term investment.
Yeah. I mean, shit, did you guys already cover that Saints game? I was saying, let's bounce to that one because that one was like.
Yeah, I'm down to just get it over with.
Like this Saints, like, man, just go to Taysom Hill.
Yeah,
at
Yeah,
least
we
it
got
adds
to.
dynamic.
Exactly,
what I
man.
mean?
Exactly. I mean,
Because,
Simeon hadn't been terrible, but it's like we don't have any weapons. I mean, the offense is drier than the Sahara Desert right now, man. We got
Simeon
to
is
get
not.
something going.
Simeon has yet to throw a touchdown pass with a lead. You know what I mean? Or to get a lead. Everything has came from playing from behind.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe for fantasy, it's okay. He's a streamer in Superflex, maybe, or a fill-in for bye weeks. But like, it's also like just not any good. You know what I mean?
I know, man. I have to take a big swig of my Sprite vodka. Freaking Simeon, dude. That dude just makes me. Because he's a buddy of mine put it perfectly. He's a robot out there. He's a fucking robot. He's he's an accurate passer, but he's stiff as a board. He can't move. He can't improvise in the pocket, which, Drew Brees, he wasn't a runner, but guess what? Drew Brees was a hell of an improviser.
He could extend the play.
Yes, Drew Brees is great at that. Not just good, great at that. That's what made Drew Brees one of the greatest to ever do it, because he was great at kind of moving around, finding shit, looking at his second, third, fourth read. Like, he just could get that shit done. Where Simeon he's just like not just a poor man's, a freaking poverty Drew Brees. Like, just a guy, he's accurate. He's an accurate passer, but but other than that, he sucks. Like, that's all. He can throw the ball accurate. If it was literally just you stand there and throw at a target, I'd be okay with it. But it's like a lot deeper than that. So we need
he's like an obsolete robot, like one of them old model robots that was state of the art like 12 years ago. It's just like
he's extinct. We need something. We need some modern stuff here. We need Taysom, man. Taysom will get the gears churning, man. It's Simeon, it's old rusty, just not operator era, just glitching out, stuck in the matrix, man. Taysom could at least get the ball rolling, man. And I think this would be a good week to roll him out, because last year he played against the Eagles. That's who we get this week, the Eagles. He kind of struggled in that. And I think he'll have a big chip on his shoulder because he was 3-0 before that. That was his only loss as a starting quarterback.
I think I remember that was the Jalen Hurts
debut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the first game he started, because the game before that he came in relief. And what's crazy about that game was they were being boat raced so much because they didn't have any film on. Like, you guys were one of the best defenses at that moment, like top. Yeah,
they freaking screwed us. If they'd had Wentz, I think we'd have boat raced them, but they boat raced us because they goddamn switched it up on us, and we didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the only big Miles Sanders games of the year last season. It was just there was this all kind of fluky shit happening, and I think that's what I think Sean Payton's smart. I think just they try to play it low key. And then, they come through Saturday or maybe Sunday and you hear Taysom's the starter. I mean,
that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they'll do it, because it's time, man. We got to win Sunday, man. If we go on a 3-game losing streak, oh, man, that could be ugly. Because guess what our next 2 games are? Buffalo and Dallas on Thursday nights. We got to win Sunday. We got to. It's almost feels like a must win. Because if you go into that Thursday duo on a 3-game losing skid, that could get ugly.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's very
I'm mad. I'm mad about that game against Buffalo, because I'm just thinking about how much Josh Allen I have and how whack that's gonna be, because Simeon won't be able to keep up in the game. So the necessity for Josh Allen to throw the ball is not gonna be there. And at the same time, it's a bad matchup because the Saints are a solid ass defense, right?
We'll have Taysom for sure.
There you go.
We'll have Taysom for sure, because if Taysom starts this week, well, great. But if Simeon starts and he sucks a fat one again, then they don't have to turn to Taysom then for the Buffalo game.
The Panthers are a game behind you guys.
I know they're right, and the Falcons are right on. They're all close. I mean, we gotta go to Taysom. I mean, you can't, and that's on Thanksgiving night. You can't start freaking Trevor Simeon on Thanksgiving night. That would just be. You ain't getting no turkey. If you say you ain't getting no fucking turkey, at least with Taysom, you might get.
Robots don't eat turkey, bro.
Right? They do not. Yeah. Taysom, yeah, we won on Thanksgiving last year. The year before Taysom Hill, he had the big ass turkey leg. Like Taysom Hill's a big old corn fed some bitch. Like
He is.
he did us right on Thanksgiving.
Taysom Hill looked like he ate a few turkeys. You know?
Exactly. Yeah, he'd be like a turkey on the line, bitch, get out of my way. He'd be like,
raw
I
protein.
don't care, Buffalo.
I
I
don't
don't care
even
who
cook
you
the
are.
turkey.
Josh Allen, fuck you. Like I'm getting that fucking turkey. Let's imagine Josh Allen and Taysom Hill. Those some bitches fighting over a turkey, man. I don't know who'd win. Those are both some thoroughbreds.
I think Taysom would kill for a turkey. I think he would give it his all. I think Josh Allen's the type of guy that'd be like, just fine, take it. I don't even want it. Like, you know what's funny is I didn't really like when you look at Josh Allen, he looks like a tough son of a bitch. He's a big fucker. And then when you see him he doesn't really do a lot of interviews, but there was one, and I actually posted this on my Instagram last offseason where they asked Josh Allen, this is before he got paid, like literally a week before he got paid. They said, what do you feel about the word franchise tag? And he was just like, quiet. Ew. Like, and that was his response.
Awesome. That's it?
Yeah. And like, it was just like, he's such a kid. You know what I mean? Like, I forget, like, this guy's a fucking kid. That's why and Taysom's like 30, right?
Yeah.
I think Taysom would whoop his ass, bro.
Hell yeah, man.
Like,
We're gonna whoop their ass on Thanksgiving night, man. That's gonna be cool, man. That will really make my Thanksgiving, man. I eat my turkey, wake up for that. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a fun one.
I bet you Simeon's a hell of a bowler. Like he probably gets turkeys there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. He seems like he'd be like a good bowler.
Yeah, because everything's just stiff and mechanical.
Like, yeah.
Right down the middle of the lane.
Oh yeah, straight ball, no hook, just straight ball.
Yeah, hella power, just yeah, no curve at all, no stop,
no movement, just straight line. He's stuck in the matrix. It's in a straight line.
If there's ever one pin left, he just moves a couple of boards over in the same movement, straight down the line every time. Straight down the line, pick up the snare.
Oh man, Simeon. I gotta say, I know we've given him a lot of shit, but I mean, he's the same. Like, goddamn, we came so close, man. And freaking missed extra points killed us. It was just like it's little shit that's been fucking us, man. Simeon's actually hasn't been like a total trash heap.
I mean, well, you got one of the best coaches ever. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
So, like,
that's true. Yeah, hopefully he'll. I mean, Taysom's his boy. Like, I think he may have just been kind of. I think he might
still
be
the dizzies.
Why do you think there is? Why do you think there is a hesitation to start Taysom?
Yeah, I think the hesitate. Honestly, I think this was Sean. This was him doing Taysom a solid because I think he was a little nervous about Taysom starting because of the concussion. You know, he didn't want to rush him back and just wanted to kind of get him back acclimated. I think this is because Sean has grown a lot as a coach. I feel like he was more of a small picture guy, whereas he's gotten older and wiser. Now he's a big picture guy, and he understands the big picture that you don't want to risk Taysom Hill getting knocked out for the season. Because, I mean, if that happens, then our season's over. Let's just be real. I mean, because Trevor Siemian, you're not going anywhere with Trevor Siemian.
Yeah.
I mean, at least with Taysom Hill, you might have a shot to be one of those Cinderella stories come playoff time.
You know what's crazy, too, is like, I mean, I know Jordan Love sucks, but I remember in the draft last year, I was like, the Saints might look at Jordan Love here.
I'm glad we did.
I had the Saints looking at Jordan Love myself.
Fuck that, man.
And like, no, but here's the thing: is like, I bet you Sean Payton would have been able to bring something out of the kid because he had a lot of promise coming out of college. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just saying, like, I'm surprised they never looked into any of these young. I mean, didn't they?
They looked into Mahomes. We looked into Mahomes in 2017.
They traded up in front of you guys.
We'd have gotten Mahomes. That would have changed everything. That whole trajectory would have changed, honestly. Breeze probably would have retired younger and/or gone to a different team. Like, it's just.
Yeah, that's a good point, too, because they kept giving them the 1-year extensions for like 3 years straight.
Right. Well, if we'd had Mahomes, Peyton probably would have been like, man, Drew, he had a great run, but I think it's probably time for you to go, which would have been crazy to send our franchise QB packing. But I mean, when you got a generational talent.
Move.
Yeah, if you'd had a yes, because I mean, as we can see now, Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent, might go down as the GOAT. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but he's on that pace if he keeps.
You know what I think he is? As long as Aaron Rodgers doesn't get another title, Mahomes is the new Aaron Rodgers because it's this guy with off the wall talent, but like, if the team isn't in. Because if you think about it, bro, their Super Bowl run where they won that thing, Patrick Mahomes got them out of double-digit deficits each one of those playoff games. He did
they against the Texans. When they're down 21 in the first quarter.
Russell Wilson got one on the back of his defense and the back of Marshawn Lynch.
For sure.
Then
he was young,
Yeah, and then then you had Marshawn Lynch. His character is so polarizing. I'm only here so I don't get fined. All that shit. They didn't, and he's killing it in the following Super Bowl against the Patriots, and they don't want him to get all the glory because he would be the MVP. They wanted their poster boy, Russell Wilson, to be the guy to get the MVP. So we're throwing it down here. We're going to give him all the glory, and then they make the wrong decision. I mean, because that would have been the second Super Bowl in a row that Russell Wilson wasn't the MVP. And if you think about it, because Malcolm Smith. In that first Super Bowl, he had like a forced fumble that ended up being like a safety, and then then he had
that was against Peyton Manning. When Peyton Manning took a shit,
and they ended up giving it to Malcolm Smith that year, and Russell Wilson had I think 3 touchdown passes that game. It was like that's MVP worthy, what I mean? But he was outshadowed, he was overcasted by Malcolm Smith as a rookie. Malcolm Smith was a rookie. And then the next year, they just wanted to give it all. Like, so the reason I don't even remember the exact point I was bringing this up. Oh, yeah, but see, these are all these guys that are in that category. Drew Brees was in that category. Like, the team needs to be around him, like, put together well, or he got to do it all. And
Aaron Rodgers, his Super Bowl
Same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. His Super Bowl run was on the back of a defense, too. And all he had to do was play well in the Super Bowl because he played poorly in those playoff games. Going on with that Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's funny to think that, like, in Peyton Manning, his second ring when he was old, decrepit,
with the Broncos
defense, Brady, even a lot of his Super Bowls were just off his defense, especially that one against
Brady,
the goddamn Rams in 2018. That was all his defense. Brady wasn't even that good that season.
And here's another thing, too, is like Brady, like, even that Super Bowl against the Seahawks I was talking about, he threw for 4 touchdowns. Brady had never thrown for more, I think more than 1 touchdown in the Super Bowl. Oh, no, more than 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Brady was a game manager a lot of his playoff runs because he rode the coattails of Belichick's defenses.
Yeah, and just scheming, well. Like okay, the Eagles defense, they were really poor in that Super Bowl against Brady. And
the one that they won where they
but still though. They won that thing, but still there was 500 yards of offense put up by Brady. You know what I mean? And then if you go before that, the fucking the Falcons joint. You know what I mean? That was
28.
That was all Brady.
25.
That's crazy. Because that was all Brady coming back. Like first of all, he spotted them like 14 points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was
and like dug it. So he put himself in a hole and then dug them all the way back out. And like that was just. What's funny about that game is before that, Troy Aikman had a record for the most passing yards in the Super Bowl. He's calling this game, and Joe Buck goes, oh, well, Troy, he just broke your record. And Troy Aikman is silent.
Troy's like,
he was really probably pissed off.
Fuck. Yeah, he's probably like so mad. I think his car's like, God damn it. I mean, like, mute Troy's mic.
Troy.
Mute his mic. Like, fuck. Man, he was so pissed. Like, that was not like a record. He's like, well, I might not have the most yards, touchdowns, but I'll always have the most postseasons, like whatever. Like, postseason records. Those are my records. Like, those are never going to get broken. And then sure, here comes Brady.
Right?
That's funny. That is funny.
Another interesting topic, and this is going to segue right into the next game that was a fucking disaster. A few days after claiming that, now whether it was sarcasm or not, I'm sure it was sarcasm, But a few days after claiming that he should have been the number 1 overall pick in the draft, White Mike throws 4 picks and the fucking Bills. The Bills dog the Jets 45-17.
The Great White Hope, Mike. The Great White.
I mean, listen. That's why he's the
Great
hope.
White
Hope.
Heart.
You gotta have hope when you're playing him. If you don't have real hope, then and you know what? He fucked that up. He should have just stayed humble.
Right.
What
are you doing, Great White Hope? How you just getting a Great White douche? Like, come on, man.
When was he drafted? 2018, 2019?
I think it's 17, right? Or
Yeah.
he wasn't even drafted.
So he wasn't drafted, but the class that he was supposed to be in. Because I think it was it 2018? Because
I think it was 2018.
Because the year that Baker was drafted.
Yeah,
that was 2018. Yeah.
Because you know who else was drafted there? Josh Allen. So that was like a shot at Allen, lightweight.
Yeah, because that's who they were playing. He should not open his fucking mouth. I know he said Josh Allen was.
Josh Allen heard that and he said,
I bet he heard that. He was probably, ew, I'll show him. I'll show him. Fuck him. I'll show that piece of shit, Great White Hope. I'll show you, you fuck ass.
I saw the blip of him like saying it, and I was like, man. Like I saw it was like a picture of him with the words underneath, and I was like, man, this motherfucker better show up ready to play on Sunday.
I know, right? Yeah, you
hell
put a
nah.
target on your back. Nah. You better fucking ball out. And then sure enough, he got for the bill. They saw that target on his back. They reared back that bow and arrow, shot him right in the back.
I admire
no hope for the Great White Hope.
I admire him for what I mean, but also I don't like liars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're gonna talk big. If you talk me, you better fucking show up. Because if you don't show up, you're gonna look like
that was a lie.
This guy's out here telling fables and shit. Come on,
he should have been the first. Shut up.
The Great White. I almost
love him,
dropped him. Yeah, I almost angry dropped him, but I was like, I'll hold on.
Super flex.
I almost angry dropped him, but I was like, super flex. You never know. Yeah, so I was like,
what's going on with Zach Wilson? Like, we weren't even able to put him in the IR last week. Is he like playing the backup or something? Like, what's going on with Zach Wilson?
Yeah, I think he might be back this week.
Okay.
I think he might be.
I angry cut him in one of my super flex leagues because I was like, I only needed him to fill in a bye week for. Like, I have Allen and Stafford, and then I have Lance and Wilson.
What a combo.
Yeah, bro. Like, and you know what's crazy is like I had so much Murray going into this draft, and I was 4th overall, and I was like, okay, Mahomes and Cook and Dalvin already went, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take Josh Allen here because I have too much Kyler Murray, and last year Kyler fucked me everywhere. So I was
man, second half collapsed.
Yeah, and like now I look back, I'm like, damn, every one of my Kyler shares, I could have had that been a Josh Allen share. You know what I mean? Because I was consciously making the decision to go Murray over him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or actually, speaking of that, early in the offseason, around like May and June, I had Kyler ranked above Josh Allen, but around sometime in July, I pivoted and put Allen ahead. I was just like, man, Allen's just a better passer. He's more experienced, more polished at this point. With all the weapons they have, I had to switch it, and I'm glad I did because I have more. Actually, I think I just have one share of each, but I mean, the Allen, 2 shares of Allen, 2 shares of Allen, 1 share of Kyler.
You traded for Allen.
Yeah, and I'm glad I have more Allen shares than Kyler shares because let's just say the league I have Kyler in is my worst league. I'm 3-7 and am desperately trying to claw back into contention. Probably.
Oh yeah, so I ended up cutting
me, man.
I cut Zach Wilson and picked up Cam Newton like the moment the news broke. I was like, I'm gonna play Cam Newton when Stafford's out. I was like, fuck this.
Yeah, I should have done that in the all-in league, man. I need to be more on top of that shit, man. I should have done that.
You know what?
Cam Newton would have been a hell of a lot better third quarterback than Zach Wilson / the Great White Hope. I should have just cut both of them.
Well, I looked.
Gotta get y'all both out the door.
when the news happened, when the news broke, that was one of the first leagues I went to because in order, the Guru League is like second from the top in my sleeper, right? So and he was gone. I was like, damn. So
yeah, he went quick. I'm pretty sure. I remember I looked and I was like, fuck, he's already gone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Next up, Colts beat the Jags 23-17. Trevor Lawrence fumbled the fucking bag at the end of the game.
Trevor, man, what is you doing, dog? Your defense has actually been better lately, but now you're just
and here's Carson. Carson, like as much as I defend Carson, I know what he is and what he's not, and what he's not is a closer. He
right? He starts so good, but he can't
put the game away. He just can't put the game away. But he was fortunate that this is just a bumbling team still too, because they're trying to get their shit together. You know what I mean, on offense.
Urban Urbans, man.
Yeah.
Fucking Herb, dude.
And like Laviska is like Laviska's never someone anyone should start. Like I had to last week.
Fuck that. Even Marvin Jones is getting on bad.
Yeah.
Like Dan Arnold's like the only thing we're starting there. Him and
J-Rob. and him and J-Rob and the Lance thing, or the Dan Arnold thing. The Lawrence and Dan Arnold connection. It's something that they want. If you go back to the week before they traded for Dan Arnold, you know, it was O'Shaughnessy getting the 6 targets a game, and then they go ahead and trade for Dan Arnold, and in that week immediately gets him in. It was the Thursday night game.
Yeah, against the Bengals.
Yeah, against the Bengals, and he was over here, getting that same 6 targets, and I was like, okay. And most rookies, they lean on the tight end. That's like, this is how it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the Colts. I mean, they was just kind of shout out to JT though, man. JT, he's taking over as the alpha dog at the running back position. That man is he can't stop him right now. He's the new King Henry right now. He passed up King Henry as the top scoring running back.
Aren't they? I think just yards on the ground, they're tied right now. I think at 937.
Yeah.
So he's gonna surpass him.
Yeah, I looked at the Vegas odds as far as like the rushing title winner, and Taylor is now a heavy favorite. Like he's in the minus for the odds. Like if you're in the minus, like you're a heavy favorite for an individual.
Quentin Nelson, man, getting healthy. Boom. It was over. Kelly, their center, getting healthy. Boom, it was over.
Oh, yeah, now it's like, man, JT is like, and we need more negative game scripts for them so Nyheim Hines can get involved too, man. Positive game scripts for them kind of suck because it's like, because if they're negative, Wentz has to throw more Pittman, better Hines, maybe even the tight end, Mo Alley Cox might catch a touchdown or two. So, yeah. Negative game scripts. Let's give negative. I think they'll get one this week. They're at Buffalo. So, negative game scripts. Give me money. I think Hines is a sneaky good play this week.
I also, this is a reverse jinx here, so bear with me. I would temper my expectations on Josh Allen this week too. Like I said, it's a reverse jinx, but like this Matt Eberflus in the playoffs, they almost like. If it wasn't for a drop pass in the end zone when they on 4th down, Phillip Rivers put it right on the money and the motherfucker dropped it and shit. And I think it was Pittman even. And man, dude, I'm just saying, like,
they had the Bills on the ropes last year. That was like the first playoff game. It was like an early game, wild card, like just kind of like, this Bills should blow up, but it was ugly if I remember right.
Yep. And Jonathan Taylor tore him up. Right now, they're the 3rd best run defense. Buffalo is. But, man, that line is just mashing for the Colts. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting. This is where Carson Wentz has to step up because he is a matchup-based guy in fantasy. And this is a bad matchup. So,
he doesn't play good from behind. So, I'm thinking, I mean, I still would start Pittman, and I'd probably start Hines too, but it's
you got to. I mean, this is just because also the likelihood or the probability of it being a high-scoring game is pretty high. You know what I mean? Like, these are 2 good offenses. You have, Frank Reich is one of the heralded offensive minds in the game. You know what I mean? This should be a good game, but it's probably going to be ugly as fuck because it has all the makings as well to be ugly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I expect Wentz to throw an interception or 2 because he just does not play clean when having to play from behind. He's just not good under pressure. It doesn't seem like.
Yeah, and Buffalo's a team that can close. So if you're gonna make these mistakes
For sure.
and give up, and Tre'Davious White isn't gonna drop no picks, you know what I mean? Because Wentz will throw, like, he's trying to throw picks. That's what's crazy, man. He's like trying to give the game away. Maybe he's not a closer. Maybe his problem is he gives the game away, which makes you not opposite of a closer. But you know what I mean? He fucking sucks. Like he sucks.
He's just doing too much lately. I feel like it's like I understand you're not wanting to take a sack, but I don't know if throwing the ball left-handed is is the play. And he did it again this week after what was it, last week or week before?
Yeah, when he threw against Tennessee.
Tennessee, yeah.
In overtime. Throws a nasty pick with a left hand. Fucking.
Oh my God.
You're not ambidextrous, okay?
Or he had like the 4-yard shuffle pass this week where he's fucking rolling out and shuffles it. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like
what are you doing? You're doing too much.
Oh, way too much, man. He just honestly, like, this is what they should goddamn do to Coles. They need to go out and get Nick Foles and have Frank Reich, right? Have the Frank Reich, Nick Foles, and have goddamn Carson Wentz start quarters 1 through 3, and then for the 4th, fuck you. You're benched. We're bringing in Nick Foles to be the closer. Close this fucking thing.
You know what's funny is
That'd be fucking wild.
Hey, listen, Carson Wentz hates Nick Foles, right? With a passion.
Oh, I bet. And he's probably fucking jealous.
Yeah, and because he did all the work. Listen, you ever heard of the term slot jockey? When you're in a casino, these old ladies, they'll watch you on a slot machine, and putting hella money in it, and when you don't win, you leave, and that bitch comes through and it's a slot jockey, and you warm up the machine, she hits the jackpot. That's what Carson Wentz did for Nick Foles. He got him all the way there, and then all Nick Foles had to do was carry it the rest of the way. You know what I mean? And what's funny is when Wentz was hurt early, Nick Foles was like, he was at Chicago training camp, and he's like, well, yeah, they can call me. Like, he tried to throw it out there. And I bet you Nick Foles, like, because he apparently looks to Frank Reich as a father figure, and I wouldn't doubt he closed the door and was like, listen, don't fucking bring that guy in here. Don't you fucking do it. You know what I mean? Like, I will commit murder if you bring him in.
You better keep fucking Sam Ellinger in there. Freaking terrible backup.
Right. And you know how crazy it is? Like, if you're playing for the Eagles, and then, every time you're Carson Wentz, and every time you pull up to the stadium, you have this fucking statue of Nick Foles and shit. You know what I mean? And then they get rid of Nick Foles.
God, that's some fuck shit. I'd be so salty.
Yeah. And like I would be the guy that would be drunk in the middle of the night and pull up. Carson Wentz probably has a pickup truck. And you pull up and tie a rope around the motherfucking statue and just fucking try to pull that motherfucker down. And then you see it on the news, Carson Wentz and DUI dragging the fucking statue of Nick Foles. Here's the thing is, like, then he relives another version of the nightmare because they draft Jalen Hurts, and then he takes his job. And it's not like they had a magical ride to the playoffs, but it's just like, it's so funny because he really hasn't. He's just had he's had it bad.
He just can't finish, man. I'm just gonna say it. I feel bad for his lady.
Right. Hold on. Just hold on. Wait. Stop talking. Hold on. I need to concentrate.
God damn it, Carson.
You hear the babies crying in the background, like, oh, the kids are awake, Carson. Never mind. Just blue. That's what it is. He's blue ball.
He can't
blue balls, and he's fucking frustrating out there. You know why he had to throw it with his left arm? Because his right arm's just a mess from throwing footballs and trying to finish himself off all the time.
Oh my God!
He's like, I've been trying the left hand a little bit at home. Let me try to throw the rock left hand.
This reminds me of one time I was on the Gemmo show, right? And I think LQ was on this one with us.
Shout out Gemmo, dude.
Yeah, shout out to the icon, man. And he had the concept was, what would you rather? So, and everyone would come up with different what would you rather scenarios. So, and you know me, I came up with some fucked up shit, right? So one of them was like, what if you had an exceptionally large penis, right? Super huge, right? And you also had the power to like, you know, like you had the power that when you step in the building, all the women want to make love to you. All the women want to fuck you. You're just a chick magnet, but you can't finish. Or would you have like, you know, a below average size penis and you have the same power. You can kill all the women you want, but you can finish. And you know what's funny is we go around the horn and everyone's like, oh, I want the exceptionally large penis. And then like, you know, motherfuckers one by one like, you know what? Change my answer. Because that would just fucking suck.
That would suck.
You know what I mean?
I think I'd rather finish. Like,
right.
Like, what's the point of starting all that if you don't even finish?
Like,
It'd be a letdown every fucking time. If you can't even live with yourself after a while.
What do you say? What do you say in that scenario? Like it's like you're getting close and you're just like, you know what? I got this thing. I can't finish. What?
Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean you can't?
What do you mean? There's 19 women in here. I know. That's the thing. Like, I can like fuck every woman I want, but I just
believe me, I'm as upset about it as you are probably. But
I would become a serial killer. Like I would like.
Yeah, you'd be so fucking pissed. Like you would literally just like either kill yourself or become a serial killer. Like it like, yeah, you would be constantly just like destroying shit. Like you couldn't even function in society.
That is Carson.
Yeah, we gotta have to watch for Carson Wentz. Yeah, they got the goddamn pick. Yeah, watch. I bet with the pickup truck, I bet went to take the statue down and couldn't get it down. He's like,
because he couldn't finish the job. He couldn't finish the job.
He couldn't finish the job. It's still there. It's still standing because he couldn't finish the job.
If he can't close, if he proves that he can't close one more week, there will be, I mean, someone's going to have to make a graphic with blue balls on Carson Wentz. It's got to happen.
Yes.
It's got to happen.
And here's another thing about Carson, man, is that there's an intangible, man. And I don't remember how I thought of this back in the days, but this just always stuck with me. The Gingers can't win it, bro. They can't win the big one. Like, and this goes back to like, Boomer Esiason losing, with the Bengals losing to the Niners. You know what I mean? This, listen, man.
I hate Boomer.
Trevor Siemian, man, isn't he a ginger? Man, it's just all over for him already. You know what I mean?
Is he? I don't think.
No,
okay.
I think
Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton, the red.
Andy Dalton. Never
the red rifle.
Shit, yeah. You know that.
He ain't winning nothing, bro.
No.
It's a real thing. Carson Wentz. Just kidding. It's just he has that going against him, man. He's a big giant. He's a big old boy too.
Yeah, he is.
He's a big fucker, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He strikes me as the type of guy that would hunt and like chop firewood, and because he is
100%. Yeah,
he's that type of guy too. But you know what's sad about it is he just can't get that fire started. He chops all the wood. He's just like, fuck. You know what I mean? The girl's like, here's a lighter.
Put in all that work. That's the most that's the biggest letdown ever.
His family will die. Everyone around his village will die of starvation if he's the one out there hunting. They're like, oh, we haven't ate for days. Well, Carson still hasn't came back. Like he'll never close the job.
He's killing the animals. He can't bring them back.
He kills the animals, and Nick Foles comes through and swoops up the dead carcass.
Nick to save the day. They're all cheering, praising Nick, and Carson just in the back.
40 deer on his back and just
40 deer that Carson slayed.
Right, and then Nick gets all the credit because he finished. He was the one who finished, so he gets all the credit.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
My gosh, let's just say. All right, before we move on, I just want to say, all right, I'll miss the neck beard. Andrew Luck, man. I miss Andrew, man. He could finish. He could finish.
Absolutely, he could finish. No doubt.
He could finish, man. The neck beard. Neck beard empower us. That's a Carson. He needs to just have the ginger neck beard. Maybe that would help. I don't know. He needs to go.
Is that the secret? One ginger
Might be,
neckbeard
dude.
gets the deal done.
It might be. And whatever he's doing right now ain't working because he's just so angry right now. He needs to be in the presence of a calming figure like an Andrew Luck. That he's just like, calm down, I'll just check out my book club, just sit back, have some coffee, yeah. Well,
I mean, Carson, calm down.
Right?
Always talking back. Like he got peanut butter in his mouth.
I know. Sit back and read my latest book club recommendation.
Oh, fucking A. Well, we can buzz through this game real quick because
boat race here. An absolute boat race. Derek Carr, man. Derek Carr is gonna Derek Carr. That's all I'm gonna say.
I agree.
Cars are gonna car, man. They are what they are. They're cars. They're just kind of
shout out to Patrick Mahomes, the Player Hater of the Year award.
Yeah, man. He
finally fucking shows up. Finally,
right. I was about to say. I thought it. I was like, yeah, he was our Player Hater of the Year. Like everyone was ragging this dude, and then sure enough, he comes through and pounds the Raiders. Yeah, I was the only one that I think I voted for Allen Robinson. For that, although that may have been personal bias because, like I said, I have no shares. So. Which this week I was, for the first time all year, I was like, God damn it, I don't have any Mahomes shares. I was freaking pissed because of look what he did. Fuck, was it 5-6 touchdowns? I mean, just
5.
Insane what he did out there. And Darrell Williams, shout out to Darrell Williams, man, he went off too. Had him in my small league, my small home league, had him bench, and I was pissed off. It didn't cost me the week. Thanks to who did I put in? That was really good. Oh yeah, CMC came back. So I mean, I had to start CMC, but I could have started him over. Goddamn. Oh, this is what it was. I put in Jalen Waddle on Thursday night, thinking he might do really good, but oh well, shit happens. But yeah, that's just Darrell did really well. Kelsey, Tyreek, I love Kelsey, and he's like, we gotta have swagger back, you know. I fuck with Kelsey, man. I would love to go. What I would do to go party with Travis Kelsey, like his parties, like I'm telling you, I mean, going on his parties, that would be an experience of a lifetime. Like I know everyone loves Gronk, but I think Kelsey's would be even more fun. Like Gronk would probably be the type he'd just be on like a boat or something. Everyone would be all. I think Kelsey's would just be all like, it'd be just like, I mean, both would be a good time, but Kelsey's I think would be like you could actually party the whole night. Gronk's he'd probably get blackout drunk after an hour or two. Kelsey, you'd feel like he'd have a good time the whole fucking night.
Dude, I was just happy that Mahomes and Tyreek Hill both showed out because I had both of them, and then I had Darrell Henderson as well, and
man, that dude killed me in so many leagues.
I was losing
him the Player Hater of the week, man. He fucked me.
yeah. He, I will say yes, I agree with that, but I mean between Mahomes and Tyreek Hill, that's what ultimately won me a game this week. So I was very pleased, and it was against a guy that I was talking shit to like 4 weeks ago. So it was a good W, and he's my only loss this season in this one league. So got to get a little revenge game on him. Thank goodness though, because I was like, man, I really hope Patrick Mahomes doesn't have another Patrick Mahomes week like this year. So yeah, this was a dumb game though. I mean, there's not a ton to talk about. I mean, the Raiders were outplayed, outcoached. Plain and simple.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can tell their season's going to hell in a handbasket real quick. It's going to be the Chiefs and the Chargers battling it out for that division. And I think the Chiefs get it done. I mean, Herb is just – I love Justin Herbert, but he's been really up and down this year. I know Mahomes hasn't been that great either, but I still feel like the Chiefs are probably the favorites here. I'll be rooting for Herb and the Chargers though, because that's the team. You gotta love them. I mean, they just had so much shit go against them. It's like you gotta root for them, and their unis are sick. So yeah, I hope they can get it done. Actually, though, I like both of them because I did something this offseason that I never do, but I was like, man, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show some players I like some love. I bought jerseys of players that I don't have like, that aren't on my Saints. So, I bought some non-Saints jersey, and I got roasted for it here back home. Like, how could you possibly be rocking jerseys of non-Saints players? I was like, because I fuck with these dudes, man. These are some freaking dogs that I got jerseys of. I got goddamn Kelsey. Herbert, and a couple of rookies, Travis Etienne, Jamar Chase.
Well,
So
first of all,
Ooh,
fashion-wise, right?
Mhm.
Like, if you go back to fashion-wise, in the late 90s and the early 2000s, rocking throwbacks was the shit because, you doing it to match the fits, whatnot. And, like, speaking on specifically Kelsey and Herbert, like, the Chiefs red is fucking fire. And then the powder blue is fire.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
fire.
Like,
Fire.
fire. Even the new ones. Like, when they
Yeah.
redid the new ones, I was like, okay. Because I was like, I didn't like the Rams new shit. Like, it looks funny to me. You know?
I said I remember I did an episode about a couple
I was
of the
there.
jersey
I was on that
redesign.
episode.
Yeah. And I said the Rams logo looks like a 6-year-old made it in Microsoft Paint.
Right?
I know, man. I noticed that with all these like quote unquote modern designs, like they look so like they just get them where they're like simpler and simpler. It's are they literally getting kids to do this stuff? Like it's just it's ridiculous, man.
And I think the
no
Falcons-
thought put into it.
Yeah, and like the Falcons last year with their new shit, I think that's the whole reason they're just bad.
Yeah, man, that shit's whack as fuck, dude. Leave it to
Like
the Falcons
the
to fuck shit up. And the stadium looks really stupid.
Yeah.
It's like a
they got the
goddamn
big halo light.
Yeah, what
Like-
the fuck, man? That thing's dumb, man. Like
When you
man.
watch the games over there, whenever they're in those games, you look at the players after every replay, they're just all like this. They're all just looking at you. Like it's
fucking bums. Yeah,
And you know what?
They're the fail clowns for a reason.
This is what it boils down to. Leave it to Mercedes to fuck something up. Hey, shout out to Audi, baby.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, my girl had a Benz for a long time.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that
they're
sh-
fucking
That
dope.
shit fell apart. Like, first of all,
They're
too, 'cause
dope, but
she's a woman too, so she ran that motherfucker into the ground. You know what I mean? Like, women, they just don't take care of cars like you should, right? Like, I mean, but yeah, that shit is yeah,
Dude,
fuck Mercedes.
also, side note,
Yeah, we're the Caesar Superdome now. Fuck Mercedes.
this is way off topic, but Audi bought McLaren, by the way.
Oh
word.
shit.
So
That's
Audi's gonna
big.
start making McLarens.
Yeah.
That's
That's
big, man. Everybody said the
awesome.
Formula One shit. They're gonna be all up in Formula One. McLaren's a huge
Yeah.
F1 team.
German engineering, although
It's
Mercedes
fucking
is
great.
German, like Audi's, they got it down. You know what I mean?
Audi's like true German engineering.
Yeah.
I was hyped. They were talking about it yesterday at work, and there was like this thing sent out, and they were like, "Hey, it's not 100% official, but worked out the numbers. It looks like, and hey, we're gonna be buying McLaren." I was like, "Oh fuck, that's awesome!"
Because you're gonna get to drive McLarens, bro.
That's gonna be sick. McLaren, that's like some sick. Like they're like one of the top Formula One teams, and that's the gold standard for racing, auto racing in the world.
It's one of the McLaren's one of those cars I haven't driven yet. I've driven an Aston Martin, I've driven an R8, driven a 911. Like I've driven some pretty crazy cars, but McLaren's one of them I haven't driven.
How
So
are the new Porsche 911s? Because I remember my dad had one back in the days, and that shit was bad. That shit was badass.
They're fucking sick, dude. They're so the 911 is crazy in the way that it handles, in my opinion, compared to like a lot of cars. Like it's so crazy, dude. The way like the way it reacts, like just rapidly, constantly. It's like holy fuck.
But
It's a whole
that's
different
Italian,
deal.
right? Porsche is Italian.
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah. So they got it right with the Porsche and what else did they get right? The Lambos and Ferraris, right?
Well, Audi owns Lamborghini.
Okay. But it's
So-
still Italian original, right? Like that originally came from the Italians.
Yeah, Audi. So Audi owns Ducati, Lamborghini, Bugatti.
Wow.
Soon McLaren.
Ducati was a bad bike, man.
My manager has one of the new ones. My GM bought a new one. So my GM, he originally worked up at the Chevy store. He bopped down, and now he's the GM of imports. And as soon as he hopped down, he literally bought like a Audi SQ5, and then he bought a Ducati. His Ducati's fucking sick. It's like it's blacked out, like matte black, with gold accents, and then he wrapped part of it carbon fiber. It's fucking.
Oh,
They're
that's
sweet.
dope.
They're fucking
awesome.
sick, dude. But
because those Italians, man, they give the Germans a run for the money, but they just don't. They don't. It's just those specifics. Because like my dad, like growing up, he also had a Fiat. Real big fan of the Fiats, and like those are just they're funny ass cars to me because they're like super tiny like clown cars. You know what I mean? Like my dad used to drive it, wear a scarf and the beret, like you know what I mean. Like, you know what I'm saying? The Fiat was actually the first car I ever used to mash around because it was like this small little go-kart. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It was like a drop top. And like it was like a 1989 Fiat Farina, I think it was what it was called. And like it was like there was literally a guy and his shop was called Joe's Fiat. And he was the only Fiat mechanic fucking I've ever came across, right? And like my dad loved that Fiat, and it was like a big go-kart.
Oh yeah,
handled terribly.
Yeah. Don't handle well for sure, but they're kind of cool little cars. They're popular. There's a Fiat. So there's like a Fiat dealer here in town, and they do all right. I mean, there's some people that like it, but
it's like a novelty.
Yeah,
right. It's like the people who like those little Mini Coopers, like you know what I mean. Like, is that Italian?
People love Mini Cooper. I don't.
Fuck yeah, they do.
No, I don't think Mini Cooper is Italian. I think it's
okay.
Let me look. For some reason, I was thinking it wasn't.
You know what's a bad car? Is the Subarus. Those were always dope to me. Like the WRX, that was a bad motherfucker.
Mini is British. Dude, so Subarus.
Oh, that's right, because Austin Powers used to mob in one of those too, and he was like a British fictional character.
Subaru's like so the WRX is a pretty bad machine, but other than that, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they all look like station wagons to me. But they sell
not for the look.
They sell like fucking crazy up here, but it's the all-wheel drive system's good enough. It's great, right? They use Gen 1 Quattro, I believe, if I remember correctly. So they use Audi's original all-wheel drive system. Now Audi has Quattro Ultimate or whatever. But yeah, it's I don't know. I always laugh about Subarus, but they're not bad.
It's just the WRX, really.
WRX is kind of a bad machine, dude.
I had homies, so we got this shit out here. It's called the Laguna Seca Raceway, and apparently it's pretty popular. Like it's like a known track, and we used to go to the races, and they race all kind of cars. You would see like McLarens and Ferraris, and all these these types of cars in these races, 911s. You know what I mean? And also at the Laguna Seca Raceway, they would do drift. They would have the drifting joints. Yeah. And the WRX, it would just be all WRXs for real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hyundai Veloster's getting involved with some shit now too.
Are they?
That's a hatchback. That's fucking. I
sideways.
I leased or I sold one to a guy. He's leasing it, but I sold one to a guy that puts his in races and stuff. It's kind of a cool little car.
Yeah, that shit is tight, man. That drifting shit is tight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Racing, give me money.
Yeah. Right.
Next game is one that cut me deep. Mason Rudolph comes out and fucks the dog again, and we tied the goddamn Lions. All right, the squad tied the Lions. We should have lost if Santoso.
Deontay Johnson, though, man.
Dude,
fumbling it right there? That was the game right there.
He fumbles, and then Pat Freiermuth fumbles. I'm like, dude, you just watched Deontay Johnson fumble the rock. Now you're gonna drop it.
That's how bad that game was. That they were like in a crucial moment, like go to our rookie tight end, and then he fumbles it.
That's like all they have. Like they don't have any other reliable options. They got James Washington, Ray McLeod. Like those.
Ray McLeod. Ray be a weapon.
Listen, you know what's funny is like.
I was looking for him. I was going to pick him up in a couple of leagues.
Ray McLeod was supposed to have a giant game. because like they were targeting
He
him
did
like
decent.
shit.
Yeah, he did decent.
But there was like a bunch of targets that were just uncatchable too. Like he would have had like a bigger game. You know?
Yeah, they had no Claypool, obviously no Juju. Yeah,
But-
somebody had to catch the rock.
So it all boils back to what has been my point for the last fucking over a year that I've had this show. Over a year I've had this show, and it all boils back to what I've been saying since I've had this show, which is, when are we going to prepare for life after Big Ben? Because our
Never. Until
Rooney
Ben
the second,
retires, that's when we'll prepare.
yeah, like he said in the offseason, oh, Mason Rudolph, this is our guy. And I've said it so many times on this show. This is our guy. He's proved himself. When? When did he prove himself?
Fucks the dog again.
Finally, he comes out and he just does the same shit he always does. Throws fucking medicine balls around the yard, and he fucks up, dude. Can we please get another quarterback? I told my buddies, I was telling my buddies when, because I was in a group chat with a bunch of my buddies. We were all talking on the phone, bullshitting. And the news came out about Big Ben. And they were like, oh, shit, Big Ben, did you see that? And I was like, yeah, I knew. I was like, shit, I knew yesterday. And they were like, what? And I was like, yeah. I was actually at work, and, I got a phone call. And I answered the phone, and I was like, hello. It's kind of a long pause, and all of a sudden all I heard was, Blake, this is Coach Tomlin over Pittsburgh Steelers. I was like, oh, what's up, Mike T? And he was like, I heard you're off on Sundays. And I was like, yeah, I am. He's like for you to come on down and throw with us a little bit.
I heard you were a pitcher.
I think we could use you. You're coming off Tommy John surgery. You probably can't throw a football 5 yards either. So you'll fit right into the offense. Plug and place, baby.
We got an entire playbook specifically for Tommy John guys.
Oh, yeah. Najee's gonna catch 14, 15 balls. the Tommy John special, man. Najee, man. PPR, it's an amazing work of art.
Right?
It's just dude. As DeAndre Swift fucking bodied our defense.
God damn, yeah, 30 carries for Swift. Swift normally they treat him with kid gloves. I don't think he had any games with over 20 carries. And this week he comes out with not 20, but 30 carries.
It took 5 quarters. It took 5 quarters and no Jamal Williams. So there's that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's just crazy though. When I saw that box,
thank God, I don't
no
think
touchdowns. He didn't even have that great of a week for fantasy.
No, he had like 16 PPR points, right?
Yeah,
he had like a cunt hair under 100 yards rushing, was it?
Well, I think he had over 100. I think he had like 130 because of that extra quarter.
There it is.
Yeah.
But he had like very little receiving and then no touchdowns. So it's like, shit, he could have had so much more.
Yeah, but nothing was happening there.
Dude.
Fucking Dan Campbell. And TJ Hawkinson, man, they only targeted him one time. Like, what the fuck, man? Freaking goose egg. A goose egg, man. I thought he was gonna have a great year, but I don't know, man. That deal is a fucking.
I think
you can't. Not with Jared Goff there. You can't.
It wasn't. Yeah. I think a lot of the argument for TJ, and I was guilty of this too with TJ Hawkinson, is that he was a mid-round value, like a 5th round, 6th round value, and he was like the best weapon they had in the passing game, right? But now on the flip side of that, in hindsight, he's the best pass catching weapon they have, so he gets number 1 coverage. You know what I mean? He gets treated.
I was like, what the?
He gets treated, and then you add in it's Jared Goffel from Subway throwing him the ball. You know what I mean?
From Subway, Jared Goffel from Subway.
Yeah, just combine it all. It's a marriage of the two.
Mm-hmm.
It was It was a disaster, man. I texted, it was like 9 a.m, and I texted my buddies, and I was like, I got a bad feeling. And they were like, what are you talking about? I was like, I just feel like Mason Rudolph's going to hand the Lions their first fucking win of the season.
He handed them their first fucking tie of the season.
It's fucking stupid, dude. We come out 2 years ago, tie the goddamn Browns when they sucked.
Man, y'all love to tie people.
It's fucking annoying, dude.
Yeah, I think the last 3 games that were a tie. I might not be right about this, but just from my memory, one of them was that Browns Steelers game, and there was another one with the Lions and somebody. Oh, the Lions and
the Eagles.
The Lions and the Cardinals. That Kyler Murray rookie year.
Oh shit!
It was like week 2 of 2019.
see.
Yeah.
If you're spot on, week 2,
Oh, let's
2019.
see. Yeah, the list of NFL tied games. I'm trying to. Let's see. It was the Lions.
Yeah, week 2.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Listen, I just
Steel
remember these
trap.
things.
27,
Steel trap.
27.
And
Yeah.
then there was another tie game.
Yeah,
the
Steelers
third-
Browns was 2018.
And then-
The last tie last year was the
then
Bengals
Europe-
and the Eagles last
and
year.
then in
23,
Europe-
23.
There was a Bengals Giants in Europe, and I remember because just my crazy ass on bravado, I put $5 for the game to end up a tie, and that shit paid like fucking 12. I think it was like 120 to 1 or something. I forget. It was something amazing. And
Wait,
like,
what was it? What year was it?
this was I want to say 2016. It was the London game, and it was the Bengals Giants.
Okay. It was actually a Bengals Redskins.
There it is. That was a tie.
Yep, 27-27.
There you go. There it is.
And the week before that, they had a freaking 6-6 tie between the Cardinals and Seahawks, where both kickers kept missing fucking.
I
field goals.
remember that.
Yep,
I do
Chandler
remember that.
Catanzaro and Stephen Hauschka missed consecutive field
Steven
goals.
Hauschka, come on. You're better than that, Hauschka.
I mean, Hauschka was the shit with the Bills when like they used to never be able to punch it in, and Hauschka would just rack them up. You know what I mean?
Yep, freaking
Tyrod
Hauschka.
Taylor was like, "Listen, I'll get you guys in the field goal position. That's all I could do."
Dude, speaking of kickers, you know what's super funny? So I was talking to my dad. My dad's a huge Steelers fan. Actually, I was talking to both my parents. Both my parents watched the game. And I was talking to them, and I was like, yeah, it's funny. I said, very rarely do you sit there and say what my thought was during this game. But when Pat Freiermuth fumbled that ball, all I was thinking was, God damn it. All we got to do is give Chris Boswell a chance. He's our best scoring player at this point in the season. Just give Boswell a chance, man.
Yeah.
Get the
He's our most consistent fucking scorer this year.
Yeah.
Put
Facts.
Boswell in. Like, dude.
I know,
Yeah, we
right? I
did.
picked him up in fantasy in a league. I needed a kicker. I was like, I'll give the Boz a go. He's been a good kicker.
Did nothing.
I know. I was like, fuck,
Didn't
man.
have a goddamn chance.
I have
Yeah.
the worst with. I'm the worst with kickers this year.
I know,
just-
man.
That's why most of my leagues where I'm in control of it, we don't have.
Yeah,
kickers.
do away with them. Yeah, I try
Yeah.
to. Though. There's some where I have to deal with them, and it's just a headache every fucking week.
The
And
the
it's just
only-
from a history of me too. Like it goes back to that bad luck shit I have, where like I would play against the guy who has Brandon McManus that puts up 30. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
right.
And
Yeah,
I'm
you
like,
go a
what
kicker
the
that
fuck?
yeah, goddamn Denver kicker, and then a defense that gets like 3 touchdowns, and then you
Then-
lose because of that bullshit. You could have
Yeah,
all
the
your skill
game-
players go off, and then you play against a guy with a defense and kicker. It's like
That's
fuck.
what I'm saying. Like,
So-
I almost lost to my man Steamboat last week. He started off the Wiz of 14 team in the SBI, right, Blake?
yeah.
Which is good. Where you're gonna be in that shit next year for sure.
Oh yeah, come in.
But motherfucking it's so scarce out there defense. He just played the Dolphins against Lamar. No one would do that normally, and it's just like God fucking damn it. And
Right.
in our scoring format, they put up 27. It's just like God fucking damn it, dude. You know what I mean?
Is it defense and no kickers?
There's no kicker. There's team defenses, but the
Oh, there are
defenses
defenses.
they're souped up.
Oh,
know what I
okay,
mean?
okay.
Yeah, it's souped up. Like they put up points as a team. For what it's worth, team defenses like I would do away with them normally too. But like
Yeah,
in this
maybe
case,
we could change it to IDPs. Like page out of
Yeah,
hustle.
I mean, see, here's one thing. I've been playing in IDP leagues for a minute because my man Steamboat, before I met Hustler, he was the IDP advocate. Like all Steamboat's leagues have full IDPs, like 8 spots you got to fill, and like that really takes away the luck factor. I mean, obviously there is some luck factor, like you just go to the waiver and pick up some corner who has a pick 6 out of nowhere, right? Like that's lucky, but like it's still that's more rare than the 11 guys on your team defense, and you only need one of them to make that fluky play. You know what I mean?
I think I'd be more on board with IDPs. I need to switch some of my leagues to that.
It is fun. I ain't gonna lie.
Piss me off. I just feel like they're just stupid. Like I'd rather IDPs.
And
Then we would get to know the defensive players better. Like I think Hustler, I'm sure, has a good knowledge of all the defensive players that do an IDP league.
His waiver episodes have been keeping me afloat because he does like, I mean, now he turned them into like live streams. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But like, he would do little 5-minute uploads. And it would be like, this is a video about linebackers. This is a video about DBs. And like, it was very useful, man, because it's a guy who's already invested in that. And like, the knowledge is being put out there for us to utilize. So it's like, every week I try to make a point to watch. Like, I didn't get to watch his shit today. He went live, but I'll watch it later because, I need to know these things because he's doing all the work. And I want to compete. And like, being in 21 leagues and I only have 4 IDP leagues. So, those kind of fall through the wayside. And bro, the ID, like, for example, bro, I'm in a 14-team super flex IDP and it's 8 IDPs. That's Steamboat's league. And the defenses really make the difference, man. Like, if your defense isn't putting up a combined 100 points, you're probably not going to win that week. And like, everybody goes over 250 religiously. And if you're not scoring 200 on a week, you don't stand a chance. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
dude, the actually Hustlers league that I'm in with IDPs is the first league I've ever done with IDPs, but I'm a massive fan. Keeps things interesting too, because like you said, it's one of those things where, like, take for instance, I mean, I don't know, the Washington football team. Who knows? They give a fuck ton of points. Not that great of a defense at all, but
their guys produce because they're also always on the field.
Exactly.
Like Bobby Wagner is the number 1 linebacker. I'm pretty sure he still is right now. I mean, he kind of fell off the last couple of weeks, but like just leading the league in tackles and leading, you know what I mean? Just because they're always on the field. You know what I mean?
I have Jonathan Allen from the Washington football team. Right.
Yeah. And he's probably going to get an uptick in production because now he's going to be leaned on more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, fellas. I got to get this call. I'll be right back.
We'll swap to the next game. Bogart will hop in. Speaking of the Washington football team.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Let's fucking go. As we like to say, fuck Tom Brady.
Yeah, fuck Tom Brady. That is the mindset of this show. I gotta mute Bogart. He put his headphones right next to his mic.
Yeah, I'm getting an echo here.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, fuck Tom Brady. Let me get it out real quick. Let me get it out. There it is.
Yeah.
Fuck Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Fuck Tom Brady. We love it.
Yes.
I mean, because God,
he's such a they kiss his ass so much. Even after the loss, I sent this in the group chat with y'all boys. I just showed the people here. Look at this bullshit. Is Tom Brady a Hall of Famer 3 times over? Like, just shut the fuck up. And they have this bullshit. Oh, be sure to tune in. Man, I ain't tuning in the shit, man. Y'all shut up, man. Like, oh man, that's exactly why we get so fed up with Tom Brady. Because it's just like they cram him down our fucking throat. It's like,
Tom Brady is LeBron James.
Stop it. Like,
right?
Oh my God.
ESPN wants to
I think he's even worse now than LeBron James. Like lately, LeBron James, like they didn't do so well last year. He's been getting a little more heat. Where Brady, though, it's this with Brady, it's like they don't only kiss his ass, they lick it and make sure it's like all the thing and know that it's spotless. It's just like Brady, It's just like he's probably like, all right, y'all chill. I'm good. Like, stop kissing my ass. Like
Tom Brady did not look good against one of the worst defenses in the league, but also be sure to tune in. Is he a for sure Hall of Famer? We think so.
Yeah, Hall of Famer 3 times over. Just ignore his shitty performance against the shitty team in Washington and just, oh man, it's just it's sickening, man. It's sickening.
Oh shit, I got Bogart on mute.
Oh, am I on mute? Oh,
I muted you because you put your headphones like right next to your mic.
Oh shit, my bad, my bad, bro. So look at this. Just from a football standpoint, what's his name? Ron Rivera's only lost to Brady one time, and that was in the playoffs last year. You know what I mean? Cam Newton's undefeated against Tom Brady because the 2 times they played, he was, Ron Rivera was there. He knows how to scheme
Riverboat Ron,
He knows how to scheme against them. And like going into this game, they were one of the top teams in pressuring opposing QBs. They just haven't been hitting home with the sacks. It hadn't translated. It's, it was kind of like the Titans were one of those teams last year where they were always pressuring, but they just couldn't hit home. You know what I mean? And they were hitting home in this one. You know what I mean? They were hitting Brady, getting him off his spot. That's how you beat Brady.
I mean, yeah.
Yep, you got to pressure his ass. Yep.
Here's when you hit him once and he cries like a little bitch. That's game over.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my Saints. That's what my Saints do to him. We pressure that motherfucker, and we get him under duress, and that's when you beat him.
And here's another thing. Like, this is why I do love Tom Brady, because he's at this age. Like a lot of people, they retire because they kind of lose the passion for it, right? I think with Brady, it's not a skill set thing or a physically can he still do it thing when he finally does retire. I think it would be more so like, all right, I'm gonna be a family man now. Like my wife it's it. At the age of 48, I'm gonna retire. You know what I mean? Like and finally be like a full-time father. And like here's another thing too, is like on that he has this podcast that he does, the Let's Go podcast. It's like a radio show / podcast. He does it on Mondays. And I saw a clip where he was talking about driving to the telly or whatever it was, or actually driving home from the airport after coming from Washington. And he's just yelling in the car, like about how he's yelling at himself that he missed OJ Howard in the end zone. And that could have changed the course of the game. And like, I fucking love that, because who doesn't have that is Big Ben. Big Ben's probably like Big Ben doesn't seem like he at this age has the passion. Aaron Rodgers, for as much as people try to say he's checked out, he's not. Like when you watch him on the McAfee show every week, he still is engaged fully in football. You know what I mean?
Speaking of which, it was Aaron Rodgers Tuesday.
Yeah, I missed it today, man.
Yeah, I gotta go watch it still. I usually watch all those interviews.
Yeah, because it's just awesome, because it's a non-traditional view on these guys. Like I bet you like Aaron Rodgers is probably very like live-like. Or how about this Belichick? That Belichick, he'll go on like fishing trips with like Jimmy Johnson, and like when you see like footage of these guys, they're laughing. They're regular people in that sense. But in the football world, they're fucking notoriously hated because people are tired of them winning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure if Mac Jones, if they start getting back to their winning ways in New England, like moving forward, everyone's gonna hate Mac Jones. You know what I mean? They're gonna be like, God damn it, they got another guy. And it's, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. Yeah. That's just the cycle, man. It's just people envy success a lot of times. So yeah. That's just the cycle of things.
what I, the smart thing to do is like Sean McVay. Like instead of envying someone's success, just rip their whole shit off. Like he does Shanahan shit better than Shanahan, except for when he plays Shanahan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's a more winning coach than Shanahan with his own style. You know what I mean? Like he's using Shanahan's style and winning more with it. Matt LaFleur as a head coach using Shanahan's scheme, and his win ratio is higher. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just funny like that sometimes. And guys like Aaron Rodgers, I mean, the Steelers will be back to their winning ways when they get their hands on Aaron Rodgers, or even a Kirk Cousins for real. Because Kirk Cousins, like, let me ask you that, BWB. Like, if Aaron Rodgers thing didn't happen, would you be like, fuck, we got Kirk Cousins?
No.
Because Kirk Cousins is actually
upgrade over Big Ben.
At this point, hell yeah. And I think it's just Big Ben's history with this organization. Where that's why I say jokingly, like he has COVID and he might die. Like I think low key Mike T is like, man, I hope he dies, because that's the only way they can fucking get rid of him.
I think they definitely get rid of him after this year.
Oh, for sure.
He's gonna. I think he'll just retire. He's gonna retire as Steeler. I truly believe
he's got to
that.
retire.
But unfortunately, and believe me, I love Big Ben, but I am always the first one to admit he has definitely regressed. There's no doubt about that. Not a doubt. And I thought he was going to retire if we were to get a quarterback after he got Tommy John surgery, but he didn't. And
in a quarterback class that was chock full of like quarterbacks.
Exactly.
And like they could have easily took that first round pick they had and some future picks and moved up, but they were just not in the conversation because Big Ben's the guy who walks into the meetings and everyone stops talking. And they're like, what you guys talking about? Because they're probably discussing like, damn, shit, we need to get a quarterback. And the Big Ben comes in, hey, everybody, good morning. And everyone's quiet. Because there's like, fuck, he's still here. Well, no one talk about it.
That's what I said too. I said the exact same thing because that was the opportunity to take a slight step forward. And the choice was made. Now, I was also the first one on my own show to say, well, I think Big Ben's going to be fine after Tommy John, which I thought.
Well, because you personally had Tommy John, so you were just like, yeah, man. And here's this guy, high level athlete. You would think, right?
Fucking quotes crack me up, but yeah, I mean, my thought on it was probably me putting a homer hat on more than anything because I was just hoping at that point because I knew, fuck, we don't have a quarterback, so I hope he's good, and I'm gonna say I think he is, and hopefully speak it into existence because I mean we don't have a quarterback, and it is what it is. Unfortunately, I told my dad actually when I was talking to my dad about the game, I told him, I said, shit. I was like, what do you think they're saying? My dad's like, they're probably sitting in a meeting room somewhere saying, fuck, we need a quarterback. And I died laughing. And he's like, I was like, yeah, they're probably like, I don't know. You think Najee can throw it all?
Just give him the wild.
Yeah, the goddamn Alvin Kamara was the Saints' emergency quarterback. So
I mean, fuck, I told my dad, I was like, shit, we got 47 fucking wide receivers on the goddamn depth chart because we draft 3 of them every year. Maybe one of them can throw.
Yeah, I mean, how is the GM? Like, he's been the same guy for like decades, right?
Well, yeah, his dad.
The last decade. Yeah. There it is. I was gonna say because the name's always been the same.
Way longer than a decade, but yeah.
Yeah, and like, I mean, they're just their methodology of drafting isn't working anymore. They've got so good at diagnosing these receivers, and now the irony is that you don't have a quarterback that can get it to your phenomenal receiving core. You know what I mean?
Well, and the Steelers historically have been a franchise where just like their head coach.
They home grow everything.
Yeah. I mean,
like the Packers. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, they hold on to guys forever with this mindset of we drafted him, he's been good to us, he's gonna be our guy forever. And the fact of the matter is, it just isn't. It's not that league anymore.
Yeah,
it's just not how it is.
Yeah, it goes to show the Steelers and Packers. I mean, as successful as they've been in the past decade, I mean, they haven't been to a Super Bowl since the year they matched up against each other.
And what's the common denominator here between those two teams? They had Hall of Fame caliber quarterbacks, and it's just like Big Ben.
They've had to pay them the big money, and it's hamstrung them. Yeah,
and Aaron Rodgers is your best bet to come over and be like, "Hey, man, I can take a pay cut this because he just want to win." Kirk Cousins, on the other hand, he's trying to continue his reign of being the most highest paid guy and not doing anything much to deserve it, really, like winning wise. You know what I mean?
Because his third big bag that he secured.
I'll say that.
And Rooney and them won't give him that type of money. They won't do that.
No, they won't. Absolutely not. But I will say this, and this is gonna sound out fucking rageous, and anyone can fucking roast me for it. I'm damn near taking Kirk Cousins over Aaron Rodgers if that's the conversation. Reason being,
there is more years.
And Kirk Cousins has more to prove, in my opinion. He's going to sacrifice more.
Yeah, because I could see a world where Aaron Rodgers gets one and he's like, all right, y'all, I'm done. You know what I mean? Just give me one more, and then he'll solidify himself in the conversation with Brady and Peyton Manning
for Peyton Manning. That's
being
Peyton
the quarterbacks who won it with multiple teams.
He was done.
Yeah, but multiple teams though.
Right.
Because no quarterbacks have done that outside being a starting QB to win a Super Bowl for multiple teams. That's only Manning and Brady, to my knowledge. So Aaron Rodgers would slot himself right in that category, and he would be done. I think he would just be done.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
he was almost maybe bounce to a third team.
Yeah, because
that'd be fucking crazy.
But here's
just to prove a point.
I could see Brady doing that more than Rodgers. Brady just
with my Niners. 48. Going to my Niners at the age of 47. He's gonna give it another run.
Yeah, Trey Lance doesn't work out.
Yeah, Trey Lance becomes like the fucking Taysom Hill of the Niners. I mean, but here's the thing too, though. With these QBs, the first round QBs, you have them for the 4 years, and you can pick up the 5th-year option. And we've seen a lot of QBs not get their 5th-year option picked up, like Mariota or
infamous Winston. I don't think
infamous Winston. There it is. That's a good one. I forgot about Winston. You know, they're from the same class too. Him and they were the 1 and 2
second picks. Yeah, kind of like Winston Golfle.
Yeah, and like Trubisky is another one of those guys. You know what I mean? Because when you're good,
Kaiser.
Yeah, when you're good, they're gonna extend you. Kaiser. Like, who's one of those guys? Baker Mayfield.
He was a first-round pick.
Baker Mayfield.
Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen was a fucking first-round pick. He already got a beast.
Baker Mayfield, 2018, 19, 20, and 21. This is his fucking contract year. But they also have it built in where they can pick up his 5th-year option, and it's a prove-it year because he's not going to get extended. Or he'll have to take not the biggest extension and just secure it because his injuries and his production this year is not going to be scream, you got to pay me now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So this is actually a blessing in disguise for that organization to keep continuity, and they could probably extend him for cheap after this injury. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what? Speaking of the Washington football team, I was just reading down below on the ticker, but hey, send over Ryan Fitzpatrick to the boys in the Berg, man. I'll take Fitzmagic all day.
Here's the thing. It's man, one thing that's for sure about Fitzmagic is that he's a ton of fun. He can get the job done, but damn these injuries, bro. Look, he played like a quarter of a game.
He died. He died
on us, and he still hasn't. He's
probably out for the season, from what the latest they were saying.
Because Taylor Heineke is doing his thing too. You know what I mean? Doing his thing as in just beat Brady and him. Taylor Heineke, he had that. They brought him. They extended him in the offseason because of his performance against the Bucs.
Brady. Yeah, and then he goes and beats Brady. Yeah, if he the return on investment, he showed that he was worth that.
Yeah. I mean,
that ROI
proved his worth. Yep. Shout out to Heineken.
Right? Heineken, give me money.
Big ups. Yep.
This was a fucking disaster. The Cowboys beat the stinky Falcons 43-30.
Oh yeah, the little fight. They thought they had something because they beat the Saints last week. Y'all fucking suck.
I mean,
dude.
That's divisionals, and it's with Trevor Siemian. So
exactly, it was divisionals. Yeah.
It's more shocking when the Cowboys lost to the Broncos, right?
Right. Yeah, because that wasn't even divisional. Yeah. That was just, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was just
that was like the Bills losing the herb. It was like, huh?
Dude, I got this guy that I work with, and he does pick'ems every week, but they do I think I explained this. They did I think I've explained this on the show, but they do beers every week. So you bet on a team, and every single week he loses. And I told him, I was like, dude, why don't you just ask me? I'll help you out. And because he watches football a little bit, not to the extent we do. And
he's guessing.
Yeah, and the Cowboys Broncos game was the first one he asked me. I was like, dude, you got to go with the boys in Dallas for sure. The fucking Broncos handle him. I'm like, God damn it. He's like, what the fuck, dude? I'm like, dude,
you know what's crazy?
Give me another chance. I got you next week.
Here's what I hate.
I did win for him this week.
Like, I hate gamblers when they go to me and they go, well, like, okay, last night, right? My Niners smack, right? It's kind of a little spoiler review. I know we'll get to this, but like, I want to use an example. And, there's another analyst I work with, and he was like, oh, I like the Niners +3 for sure. And I'm like, why? Like, based on what? You know what I mean? And he didn't bring up any history, like, oh, the Niners have beat him, Sean McVay 4 straight and this and that. None of that. Just like, oh, I like it. That's the sharp money. And it's like, most people say that's like a thing that gamblers will say, and they don't, just to sound like they know what they're talking about. Because it's like, really, you just say sharp money when it's like you just take the underdog. You know what I mean? Yeah. Say that then. Don't, because otherwise you're just fucking guessing to me. Like, break.
I know, like, right? Yeah, and then they want to brag when they hit. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because there was no logic to it. You're gambling.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, for example, if I make, like, if anyone's started OJ Howard last week, right, in a pinch, listen, it was probably the wrong move because production-wise, he didn't show up on a stat sheet. But he got that target in the end zone, and Brady just fucking missed him. So that would have been, there's your touchdown. So theoretically, you made the right play. So you're not, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was a gamble by definition. But my point is, most of these motherfuckers, that's not guessing. You're
right. Yeah.
There's some logic to it.
I'm more mad at myself whenever, like if I'm just, fuck it, and it doesn't work. Or if I put logic behind it, which I normally do, at least I can be like, well, I have my honor as far as I made the logical decision. It didn't work, but I mean, I feel like on average, if you do it over a large sample size, logic is going to trump just gambling, guessing. Yeah, it's going to win out at the end of the day. It's going to win out. It might not win out on an individual week, but over a season, the logic is going to destroy the gambler.
And even like anyone who's been starting Javonte Williams every week, right? He gets red zone carries. If he doesn't punch it in, we're probably pissed. Like, he busted. If he gets in there, we were right. We made the right call. It's still the right call because he was getting those carries. He was getting the money carries. You know what I mean? So it's so funny when we do starts. We do Q&As every day at the end of every stream.
Yeah.
And there's always people that are coming back with receipts. Oh, well, last week you said Zach Moss over so-and-so. Good thing I went the other way because Zach Moss.
He had a smart-ass receipts. Yeah,
and I'm like, oh, well, and this one in particular was like, oh, my bad, you have a crystal ball, and you predicted Zach Moss leaving the game early against the Jags with a concussion. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like, it was still the right play. I would have 10 times out of 10 answered it the same way. You know what I mean?
Exactly, man. They trip, man, because they could be, why they trip? Because they are ignorant, man. Ignorance breeds rage.
They're mad that they lost our decision. And it's like, hey, man, then this is why you're here, because you don't know how to make these decisions. Like, I'm not telling people because I'm guessing. This is something I'm doing as well. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's funny. Like,
I know, right? I gotta say, shout out to the Guru Nation, man. My community has really grown over the years. I've actually got less and less of that kind of bullshit in my lives. My lives are generally very, very business clean, like just cool. Like, we're lit, but we handle our business, and there's no troll and no bullshit, man. Shout out to the Guru Nation, man. My people have really, I really enjoy it, man, because a lot of years, like, I would always enjoy it, but they'd have like a good amount of haters and trolls, which, I mean, every now and then I'll get one. I mean, if you doing something right, you always get a few haters. But man, my community as a whole has really really grown up. So big ups. Have a little drink to that.
Yeah, it's dope, man, because your community is growing with you. It's authentic. You know what I mean? There's some
I know. I
grassroots.
love it, man. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm so blessed and thankful to
Speaking of which,
to be leading it, man. It's awesome.
can we get a Guru Nation?
Hello, what's up, Guru Nation?
Ah, there it is.
I like how
Love
you
it.
put the 2020, like when I encountered you in 2020, right? And there was a little difference from your battle cry then till now. Like last year was more like a Guru Nation, and this year it's like you put an emphasis on the Roo part. Like,
oh
really,
yeah, gotta have the Roo, man. They gotta earn the Roo.
Guru Nation. Like, get you right there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we gotta
Inject that in my fucking veins.
Right. Oh, we gotta keep it fresh. You know, we gotta keep it fresh. Might have a little tweak to it next year. You know, I like to replay my film. You know, I watch my lives a lot of times, not for ego, just for constructive criticism. Like
that's important.
Exactly. You gotta watch yourself. It's not that I'm like so conceited where I'm like, oh man, I'm so great. No, I'm doing this to try to improve. Like I watch myself to improve my shit.
That's
like,
why I rewatch a lot of the stuff that we do on here because it captures video and audio. So I rewatch it on here so it doesn't count for like any views. It doesn't skew any numbers or anything like that. So I'm getting raw like numbers, but I can at least watch here and be like, fuck, I should have done this. I should have done this. Like,
right.
Yeah. You gotta do it. It's like watching game tape.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like a team watching game film. Yeah, if you want to try to improve, I
come from I have a music background, so like playback is here's the thing. What's funny is when people hear a song, they don't know the work that went into the song. They only hear the finished product, and everything is in the post-production. And like the post-production is just hearing the song over and over again, mixing the vocals, and then normally I don't even get to that portion until I'm like, okay, this is a solid take right here. You know what I mean? Because if not, it'd be like, okay, hey, you gotta re-record that. Like, you know what I mean? There's only so, I can make it sound good, but you could do it better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's the beauty of music, because the consumer or the listener, what have you, they only hear the finished product. Going live is fucking fun because we got accustomed to doing things on the spot. There's no rehearsing this, right? There's no take two. And like the fun is to me because I'm not conceited, maybe a little egotistical, but I laugh. I think I'm funny and I laugh at my own shit, especially when I do episodes where I'm hella shrooming because I won't remember it vividly. So when I rewatch it, it's like I'm laughing because it's new. I don't know what's coming.
Yeah, you get stuck in the Matrix.
Right, it's fucking hilarious. Like
I love it. Yeah, like that one episode you even told us like, I'm shrooming here, like might have a little pause here and then we'd know these subtle pause.
Dude, yeah. We were talking about it last week. We were like, what do you think before we even went live? We were all sitting backstage. We're like, what do you think the odds are Bogart's Strowman right now? And then you came in, you're like, I'm Strowman. We're like, yep. There it is.
Listen, man. Mushrooms are the shit because, like I said,
microdose or just go all in.
Yeah, like and usually when I mix it with alcohol, that leads me to going in heavier with the where it goes past microdosing, and I'm tripping now. You know what I mean? Because that's what it's. It's since here's the thing with microdosing. It sharpens your senses to a degree, right? But they call it tripping because now it's sensory overload because now you've done a lot, you know what I mean? And shit's overloading, and that shit is fucking fun, you know what I mean? That portion of it, you know what I mean? Like it's fucking hilarious.
Oh shit! Vikings beat the Chargers 27-20.
Wow.
What's the Vikings record right now?
4-5, I believe, and Chargers dropped to 5-4.
So last week I was saying the Vikings are the best 3-5 team I've ever fucking seen because they are in dogfights every fucking week. And
They really are.
Yeah.
They are. And if they had any remnants of a good defense, having a defensive-minded head coach, if they had any type of middle-of-the-pack defense, they would win more games because Corky Kirk is bailing them out of these games. And, like, they've been in a handful of overtime affairs. And, there's another team, the Chargers, who can't close, and they got over on them because the Chargers should have won that game.
In my opinion, the Vikings are who I thought the Lions were at the beginning of the year. Given
you thought the Lions was going to be better this year?
I did. Given how they started off. I mean, you got a game against the Ravens when they're 0-3. I mean, that's the Ravens are a good team.
And if it's not for a record-breaking field goal.
I know, right? Which somebody was saying it shouldn't have counted because of the play.
Because of the time. But see, and here's another thing is other people argue, and this is the NFL that argued this because I think this is them just trying to cover up mistakes that they said, well, sometimes it's the network's problem. Whatever network was showing that game, CBS, NBC, ABC, whatever the fuck it was, that their visual on the screen that the viewers see wasn't synced with the clock on the field. But as a viewer or a Lions fan, for you poor souls out there, they're gonna hold on to that and be like, yo, this is what the fuck? That shouldn't have counted. That should have been a delay of game, and they gotta re-kick it at 70 yards. And then if he hits that fucking 7-point field goal in fantasy, it wouldn't have hurt so much when he hit the 6-yarder because when people in fantasy set records, they're started against me. Because I lost by the margin of that fucking kick that week.
Jeez.
God,
I mean,
man.
but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you take Lions week 2, they get dogged by the Packers, but week 1 they're in a dogfight with the Niners.
Yeah,
where they almost come back. I mean, they fuck around to win that game.
We couldn't put the Niners. I mean, we couldn't put the Lions away, bro. And even Kittle, remember there was the fucking onside kick. It hit him in the fucking face. Remember that? He goes to catch the ball, boom, and then they recover. They recover it, and then they get a touchdown. We let them get a touchdown. To be honest, we get the ball back.
Yeah.
So when you look at the score,
Debo fumbles.
And these are just
that was a wild game.
Bad teams. Here's another thing: is that I think you might have been a year or 2 years early on your Lions call because the way they're playing, they should be good. I think they're one of those. Okay, you know who wants a big bag and can probably go. Oh, who gets a big bag? Corky Kirk. Maybe he's like, I'm gonna go to the Lions, get a big ass bag over there. You know what I mean?
Corky Kirk.
Bigger than what he's going to get in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, they might go after a quarterback because in this year's draft, I looked at to see if there were any prospects, quarterback prospects. They don't have anybody that's worth a shit as far as being a first overall pick. So I could see Detroit going and throwing a bunch of money at a guy like Corky Kirk because there's no rook. Like Matt Corral's the top quarterback right now, and he's good.
What team is he? What school is he?
He's the Ole Miss quarterback. He's good, but he's not anywhere.
So there's some pedigree here, though. There's pedigree as far as the school, though, because the school has produced QBs.
Oh yeah, there's pedigree. Yeah,
and
he'll probably be a top 10 pick, but I don't think he's first overall worthy.
I just gotta say,
Detroit might reach for him if they're that desperate.
All you gotta do is say one name. All you gotta do is say Zach Wilson because. If there isn't no COVID type year last year where a lot of people opting out and just teams like they played big, he played big in a bad in an overall bad year. So by basic comparison, he shined. He shouldn't have been a first round pick. You know what I mean? Now, right? Yeah,
he really shouldn't.
And or at least
terrible. I called that before the draft. Zach Wilson is gonna bust, and I know the jury's still out on him, but I think I'm right.
Yeah, look, right now, as analysts, quote unquote, right, we deserve the right to change our opinions. And right now, it's remember, I had a bold prediction that Zach Wilson could be like a top 6 guy in fantasy because of all the
you
there was
were
logic.
all in, yeah.
I wasn't all in. I was just that's why it's a bold prediction.
Because with game script, I mean, he theoretically could.
And then the rushing, and
I thought he was. That's the most disappointing thing with Wilson. Man, what happened to his rushing with BYU?
I mean,
he was running a lot with the Jets. He don't run at all.
Well, he started off. If you look at his stat line week 1. I think he had like 50 or 60 rushing on the ground, and he had 2 touchdowns. Like it was kind of like I was taking a small victory lap after week 1. I was like, wow, he's pacing out to like be a top 6 guy, right? And obviously that didn't last, but week no longer than week 1. I think he has like 4 touchdown passes in his career so far.
Yeah, 4. Actually, I mean,
Mike White has more than him.
Yeah, the Great White Hoops outdo him, and his touchdown to interception ratio is absolutely disgusting. 4-9. I mean, that's just like oh.
So he's not as good as Nathan Peterman, but he's getting there.
Oh, yeah, he's getting there.
Nathan Peterman's like, I hold this mantle. Knowing I
don't know, dude. I know this is gonna sound wild, but I'm still convinced Zach Wilson is out of that draft class he is one of, if not the most NFL quarterback or NFL ready quarterbacks.
Well, and I would agree when you look at the style of the prototypical QB in today's day and age.
He's just in a bad situation, in my opinion.
But here's another thing is when it comes to Zach Wilson, this organization is forever going to watch Mac Jones, Trey Lance, and Justin Fields and compare what they do to Zach Wilson because they consciously took him over those guys and never even showed any kind of like fake, interest in anybody else. They're like, Zach Wilson's our guy.
I know, yeah, that was crazy. I thought Shanahan played it smart with the smoke screen stuff. To me, the Jets should have smoke screened a little more.
But I think Shanahan I don't think it was smoke screen because I think Shanahan really Mac Jones was the first pro day they went to because that was the first scheduled one, right? And Mac Jones' pro day was the same day as his first pro day, at least, was the same day as Justin Fields. So he didn't, Shanahan didn't go to Fields. He went to Mac Jones's. And it's funny because then everyone goes, oh, my God, he's looking at Mac Jones. But it's like you're doing your due diligence. And I remember one of the things that Shanahan was doing with Mac Jones was like he was watching him take snaps under center, right? Because that's like a big deal in that system. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be able to, this is the zone run scheme. They run a lot from under center. You know what I mean? So, and for whatever it was, it's like, why didn't they just, because mind you, I'm a little sour now because we got Carson Wentz's predecessor essentially, right? Because he came from that same school. And like Trey Lance, although he was awesome in college, him being hurt and then having to compete with Jimmy, and he's, I think he would have been more beneficial to get in the field week 1 than a Zach Wilson was, because, and at least I still worry about Zach Wilson next year. As much playtime as he got, I don't think he massively improves next year. But Trey Lance, if he had more time this year, definitely is going to take a step forward next year. You know what I mean?
Well, I agree, and I mean, Bogard, you can attest to this. I was a big fan of Trey Lance. I wanted Pittsburgh to take Trey Lance. I kept saying it over and over. I want Pittsburgh to take Trey Lance. That's what I want.
Because he's a project too.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, he's got a lot of untapped potential. I feel like his upside is much higher than Zach Wilson's. I mean, I know Zach Wilson's got some ability. I'm not trying to say he's just total garbage. I just feel like that Trey Lance still has way more potential.
I will say this, if to Bogard's point as he steps out, if you're going to compare, let's say, Zach Wilson to these other rookie quarterbacks, I mean, realistically, what is there to compare? I mean, you got Mac Jones, obviously, who's balling right now. So Mac Jones is the outlier, but then what do you got? You got Justin Fields, who's in a system where, let's be honest, the biggest takeaway I have from Justin Fields right now, he holds the ball too long.
Oh yeah.
He goes through his progression much slower than a lot of NFL quarterbacks, in my opinion. Granted, he's behind a less than stellar offensive line.
Right.
In
Yeah, I
my
was about to
opinion.
say the line's pretty crappy.
but still, if your line is shit, go through your progressions faster. And he's not. So, I mean, that's my takeaway on Justin Fields. You're going to compare him to Fields. Obviously, Fields is a superior athlete. Of course he is.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got a better arm. He looks more comfortable in the pocket. He's got better footwork. He's better outside of the pocket as well, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, the mental side of it and going through your progressions and reading defenses is, I would argue, 60 to 70% of the quarterback position, in which Fields right now looks piss poor, in my opinion.
Yeah, kind of like, I mean, I hate to call him out, but infamous Winston, man. That's Jameis Winston's biggest flaw is reading defenses. He's
Exactly
with that. Yeah, I pulled up, I was like, I'm having this talk, and made me think about my scouting reports. I did scouting reports on all the quarterbacks in this year's draft.
I do it every year too, because I try to predict the NFL draft.
Yeah, they all know. Yeah, I do my Zach Wilson scouting report, little graphic I did for. I did it on all the quarterbacks. But yeah, Wilson. This is why I identified him as a bust. I admit it. He has a big arm, excels at extending plays, which is what you want in today's NFL QB. But I saw a lot of red flags in his game after watching film, and the biggest concern to me was basically on all his big plays with BYU. He had a ton of time to throw. I mean, he was just sitting back in a fucking rocking chair. Like, he had all day. They had a good line over there because he had all day to throw. I mean, I just feel like he's going to take a lot of sacks at the NFL level. I mean, especially going to the Jets, and sure enough, he struggled. And then I was also concerned about the step up in competition. Like we talked about Trey Lance being with NDSU as the inferior competition compared to like the SEC or whatever. I mean, Zach Wilson's competition wasn't much better. I mean, with BYU, it was pretty piss poor. I mean, he played a lot of shitty teams. So I just felt like, I don't know, man. I felt like he had bust written on him. And I mean, so far I'm right. I mean, he could always come back. I mean, he is very talented, but I feel like though, and I know this is going to sound harsh, but I don't know. I kind of got like almost like Josh Rosen vibe. I just felt like he was just.
You never want to be in that same. You never.
Like I just felt like he was just. It's just the way he even like just. This is probably just biased because the way he looks. Like I felt like he just looked like it's like it just kind of an entitled. I don't know. I didn't like him. I didn't like his appearance. Like I know a lot of people say Trevor Lawrence. They don't like Trevor Lawrence because he looks like he doesn't give a damn, but. I don't know. I feel like Trevor Lawrence has more potential. Like I feel like Lawrence is going to be a little more cool, calm, and calculated, and be able to improve it. I feel like Zach is he's just gonna be, he's gonna rage and like get all pissed off. I feel like Trevor's gonna be a little more calculated. But I'd say it's gonna be really, really interesting to see how this deal plays out with this rookie class. This is the most interesting. I mean, I know that 2018 class was pretty interesting, but damn. This rookie class, the 2021's right up there with it, with 5 first-round QBs. Holy shit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see definitely how they develop.
Yeah. I'm interested to see, before we move on, and we could maybe ask Bogar when he gets back, just if we had to rank them right now, the top, like in order from 1 to 5, how they're going to end up from a long-term standpoint. I'm thinking as of now, from a long-term standpoint, I'm going to still say, man, I know everyone's going to hate me for this because Mac Jones is the hot ticket right now. But from a long-term standpoint, I'm still saying 1 Lawrence, 2 Lance, 3 Jones, 4 Fields, 5 Wilson.
Interesting. I agree with Lawrence at 1. To be quite honest with you, I'm probably going. If I had to rank them now, are we assuming they're going to be on the same team throughout their career? Is that what we're assuming?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can kind of, I mean, if it just kind of depends on what you think is going to happen with him. I think Lance and Jones both stay on the team. Lawrence, I think, might switch teams because Jacksonville's so shitty.
Yeah.
I just think Lawrence
he's
is
gonna
just
want
so
out.
talented. I mean, I think he's the best in the class still. I think he'll
For sure.
eventually go somewhere and get a ring. But I think Lance and Jones stay. They're both in great situations. And I still have a lot of love for Lance's long-term value. Fields might want out, and of course, Zach Wilson's going to want out. But the problem is by the time Zach Wilson wants out, his value might be so far in the toilet, no one's going to want him, i.e. Josh Rosen.
I would probably go Lawrence 1 for sure. I'm going Trey Lance 2, Zach Wilson 3.
Okay, so you still got some belief in Zach. All right.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
probably I don't, but we'll see. It always makes for good debate, so it'll be interesting to see how this ends up.
I'm going Mac Jones 4, Justin Fields 5.
Okay, yeah, so you're more down on Fields, I see. I feel like with Fields' tape, I see what you're saying. Yeah, he had kind of the same problem where he'd hold the ball too long. You know, I can see that. I just feel like with Fields, it's just he's got more potential. I feel like again with Zach Wilson, I feel like he just kind of plays like almost like he just doesn't have that big dog mentality. As from what I've seen, he just looks like a little kid out there.
I will agree with that. And if I had to, if I was, I don't know, because the one thing that is really intriguing about Fields is obviously in the aspect of he starts his career out in Georgia, he transfers, but he didn't transfer to some bullshit school where he knew he was going to start right away. He transferred into a quarterback competition, and he won the job at Ohio State. And I mean, that speaks volume for a guy's, mindset, at least. Like, hey, I'm not going to transfer to some bullshit school, or I'm going to start right away, start fucking tossing the rock instantly as soon as I walk on campus. I mean, he did take a good mindset into it, and that's something I 100% respect. But in my mind, I just can't see Fields' game progressing into the NFL and looking as polished as it did in college. I just can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's going to be really tough with Da Bears. Maybe he'll eventually get out of there. But again, it's kind of like with Wilson. I feel like they're both. That's why I have them, 4 and 5. I feel like they're both kind of trapped to where it's like neither one of them have a whole lot of. I don't think either of them have Hall of Fame potential. Where I literally feel like out of Lawrence, Lance, and Mac Jones, as crazy as it sounds, all three have Hall of Fame potential. I don't think they'll all get to the Hall of Fame level, but they all have Hall of Fame potential.
Yeah, I agree. Eagles beat the most inconsistent team in the NFL, the Broncos, 30-13.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. I feel like the Broncos and the Panthers are kind of similar. They both started off hot, then they hit a dry spell. Now they're kind of like they're both similar. Like they're just very Jekyll and Hyde. Neither are probably going to make the playoffs, but I feel like the Panthers have better chance than the Broncos. Given how stacked the AFC wild card race is,
It's just like it's so weird to look at the Broncos last week versus this week, because you watch them beat up on one of the, as much as I hate to admit it, because I fucking hate the Cowboys. But you beat up on one of the better teams in the NFL, the Cowboys, then you come back and lose to the fucking Eagles. Like, come on,
you're not it.
Shit.
You're not it. I mean, I don't know if here's another nomination for I forgot what the award was called. You could call this one the I don't give a shit award, courtesy to Teddy Bridgewater. I'll accept the award on his behalf. But on that, did you see that shit on the interception? His attempted a tackle, he literally just went and just turns away, literally looks to the and just turns the other cheek. Literally turned the other cheek, not even shameless about it. Just pitiful.
Teddy B.
He apologized after, but it's like, bruh, what are you doing, dude? I know you've had your share of injuries, but it's like, dude, you're fighting for your NFL life here. It's like, if you're gonna die, your NFL career is gonna die if you don't start playing better, my guy. You look good some weeks, but in other weeks you fucking suck, and you're killing my Jerry Jeudy shares.
I fucking feel that. I feel that. I got
Damn
Jerry
it,
Judy on
man.
one of
Judy
my
has so
squads.
much potential, man. I'm in this stupid league where it caps like number of players you have at each position. It only allows you 4 receivers. And I'm thinking about cutting Judy, as crazy as that sounds. I mean, I normally would be like, well, I can't cut Judy. He's got too much upside. But Devonta Smith's floating out there. So I'm thinking about maybe making a change because I feel like with Teddy Bridge, I know Hurts isn't that great. It might be a little recency bias, but I don't know, man. And I kind of need receivers right now. That's the problem. If it was long term, I'd probably keep Judy, but I need a receiver right fucking now. I got AB who's banged up, and I don't want to drop AB, but it's like, I mean, if he ain't right for this week, I need a flex. That's a league I'm really struggling in. And I think the reason I'm struggling in is because the settings are so fucked up, the scoring settings and the roster settings. I'm dropping out of that league, man, after this season. I mean, it's a money league though, so I got to try to put my best foot forward for this year. I'm out for next year. I fucking hate the setting. It's fucking garbage. I mean, it's like, I think they did that just to fuck with me. Like, if it was normal settings, I'd be kicking their ass, but it's at bullshit. So of course that always happens. I never do good in leagues with bullshit settings. Like I always seem like I'm just like cursed. I guess it's the universe's way of, I don't know, like the leagues that I know and I have knowledge and I do well, but then it's like I join a luck league. The universe is like, no, you're getting too greedy. Like you're the luck league. We're gonna help out the little sisters of the poor that don't know what the fuck they're doing. Maybe that's just me being salty, but bro, it just seems like I have rotten luck in those kind of leagues.
Dude, I'm getting fucking smoked in the SBI.
Yeah, I need to get in the SBI next year, man. I need to give it a go. Hopefully they'll adjust the team defense thing. I don't like leagues where team defenses get that much. But we'll see.
I'm hurting. I've had probably, I would say, a good 30 to 35% of my roster has been on the IR at some point this year. And I'm slowly dying in this league. I beat I think I got, let's see. Let me take a gander here. I played clock. I fucking lost. I beat Steamboat last week, I believe. Yeah, I beat Steamboat by 21. And I lost to clock this week by 9.
Damn. Yeah,
mainly because I have Joe Burrow as my starting quarterback. But
you have the Burrow-Higgins stack, huh?
Yeah, and Burrow's on a bye, so I had to start Jared Goffel.
Oh,
he got me a solid 5 points against the Steelers.
Is that super flex?
It is, but because I only have 2 quarterbacks, so
hell,
I put Marquise Brown in the super flex this week, mainly because I put him there last week. I think, let's see, week 9. Yeah, I played him in the super flex last week in week 9. And he got me 22 points. So I played him there again because I had Joe Burrow on the bye. And yeah, he got me 8 points.
Yeah, they just had a really, really off week. I actually brought that up on the show today. I mean, like, I like Hollywood. I mean, I actually don't really like him. He's usually inconsistent, but like, that's because he was the guy on the show was like, and shout out to him, man. He's good. I mean, he's awesome, man. Zach, he's great, but we normally agree on everything, but on this instance, we disagreed. I don't even really. It was the thing he was saying, like, he was like, well, Hollywood Brown's clearly the top option on the Ravens. I was like, yeah, but don't forget about Rashad Bateman. I was like, Bateman last week came in and outscored Hollywood Brown. I mean, I know it was a negative game script, but it just goes to show that Rashad Bateman is a guy that's a difference maker there. I mean, he's a guy I think that's going to have a big second half. So I keep pounding the table for this dude. I feel like a lot of people are just kind of hearing it. They're like, that's just Guru being nuts. No, I legit believe that, man, Rashad Bateman is going to eat. Like, I at first wasn't really a believer. But then I looked at his stats and film measurables, all that. I was like, this dude's legit. Like, he's a big body. He's what Lamar Jackson's been lacking.
Yeah.
Like, this is what he needs. Like, he's a great dynasty stash. I'll usually do my dynasty buy, lose after the season. I mean, Bateman I think he could blow up this year, and then if he won't be a buy low at that point, but if he kind of this year he would like not do all that much. I still believe a lot in his long-term future. I think he's somebody to keep an eye on, for the next few years. And even for this year, I think he could have nice short-term potential. Him and speaking of rookies, him and Elijah Moore, man, Elijah Moore give me money. Even with all the quarterback turmoil last week, he still managed to have a good game.
Yeah, dude. I'll say two things about my team in the SBI this week. Number one, Cole Beasley really fucking let me down this week. I was like, Cole Beasley's going to eat against the Jets. I don't care what's going on. I mean, I was hoping the Jets would – I was thinking with the Great White Hope, maybe we'd have a little bit more of a – yeah, I was hoping we'd have maybe a little bit more of kind of a shootout through like the first like 2.5 quarters, up until like halfway through the third. And then I figured the Bills would pull away. So I was like, man, I just hope they target Cole Beasley. And they didn't. But Mark Ingram fucking ate for me this week.
Ooh, yeah, big Mark, baby, big Mark. Yeah, he became the Saints' all-time leading rusher this week. Big ups to Mark.
Big ups to Mark, dude.
Yep, he came back to us, and boy, if it wasn't for him, we would have gotten our ass handed to us against Tennessee. I mean, I'm serious. Like, if we wouldn't have had Mark Ingram, we would have, it would have been ugly. We'd have been lucky to score a point. I don't know how we'd have scored a point. I mean, Mark Ingram was like, oh, yeah, like Trevor Siemian. If we didn't have Mark Ingram, Trevor Siemian would have literally just been, robot sacked. He already got sacked like 5 times. If we wouldn't have had Ingram, I mean, that would have just been like that game where goddamn Denver, when the Saints played Denver last year and they had no quarterback. It would have been some shit like that.
Oh, that was fucking crazy.
The Kendall Hinton game and Philip Lindsay, like their whole quarterback room had COVID.
That game was nuts.
That game was retarded, man. Taysom Hill was the freaking quarterback, and like that was just like crazy because he didn't even do that much, but it was just one of those, it was a run heavy type games, like just real just control the clock. It was ugly, just old school control the clock, grind it out. Like it just I mean, it was wild. But it was kind of like a freebie without with Denver not having a quarterback. But hey, I'll take it, man. See, NFL, man. It's the NFL. I'll take any wins I can get. Like what Kevin Foote says. Shout out to Kevin Foote back here in Lafayette. He said, I'll take 2-0 on a cheat. He said,
oh, shit. Last game of the week. 49ers beat the LA Rams 31-10.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hopefully Bogart will be back for this breakdown because I bet he was fucking excited about that. And that was a perfect example. He brought up earlier, Shanahan, McVay. McVay kind of was part of the Shanahan coaching tree, so it makes sense that this happened, man. McVay, I feel like McVay, man, he's just kind of I don't know, I hate this might sound off, but he's almost like kind of a flake. I feel like he's not physical, man. He's not a physical coach. I feel like he's just used to the Hollywood lifestyle, just kind of, as the supermodel wife and all that. Can he really coach a team to a Super Bowl? I'm a little skeptical. I mean, they're really talented. I think they'll shake back and make the playoffs, but will they make the Super Bowl? I don't know. I feel like they're too soft right now. They're going to have to man up and get more physical, man. I don't know. I feel like they've been exposed these past couple weeks. They're going to have to get more physical. They're going to have to turn to Aaron Donald, Von Miller, and get them boys like, honestly, though, they're probably going to have to like motivate each other. That's the problem, though. I don't think Sean McVay he's not tough like Belichick and Sean Payton. I'm a little worried that McVay, as much of an offensive genius as he is, I think sometimes he forgets that this ain't 7-on-7. I mean, if this was 7-on-7, oh, well, yeah, Sean McVay, best coach, not even close. Or Kyle Shanahan, it would literally be the NFC Championship would be set in stone. Kyle Shanahan versus goddamn Sean McVay if this was 7-on-7. But this is not 7-on-7. This is tackle football. This is tackle football we're talking about here. This is real man shit. And I'm getting a little fed up with McVay. I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I'm not a Rams fan. I'm just saying if I was a Rams fan, I would be like, that's just his press conference seemed kind of weak. He was just kind of like, yeah, we gotta, they didn't play well. We gotta get better. Yeah, but he just seemed very just robotic, just not very like.
Well,
I don't know, dude.
The question has to be there though, because that is 100. I mean, I know Bogart's gonna have what he's gonna say if he comes back, but I mean that is 100% a game they should win.
Oh, you mean for the Rams?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know, and the 49ers have been struggling at their place. Like, they hadn't won a home game, they said, in like over a year. So I was thinking, like, well, the Rams, I guess they'll keep getting in their head and show that they're the kings of the West. But now it's like the Rams might not even win the division at this point. I mean, the Cardinals, I know they're struggling themselves, but it's like, I mean, the Rams are still a game behind. I mean, if the Rams don't get their shit together, they're going to end up a wild card. And if you end up a wild card, you might end up, if you get sent to Lambeau Field in that freezing ass cold, you best believe I'm betting on Aaron Rodgers because he's got the experience in it. Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay, they're Sean McVay, man, that's gonna be. He might not even show up. He's just.
I don't think Sean.
It's too cold. Yeah, I'm good.
based on his sideline attire, I don't think Sean McVay owns a shirt that isn't an Under Armour youth medium.
That's what I'm saying, man.
He's gonna be cold as a bitch on the sideline.
Oh, well, yeah, his nips are gonna. He's gonna have laser nips going on, man. That motherfucker. He's used to his little LA sunshine. He's gonna be wanting to go cuddle up with his buddy Jared Goffel. He's gonna be, Jared, come back to me. We need to cuddle again. Back when we have to go out to wherever. I don't know. They've been out to some, and they don't perform though. They don't perform in cold weather. Hell, I wish the goddamn for the NFC Championship with the Superdome. I don't think it was that cold that day, but I wish they would have been at a retractable roof. Open the dome up. Open the bitch up. Let the cold in. I guarantee you the Saints would have won that game, whether the refs cheated us or not, because the Rams get way more affected by the weather than the Saints. The Saints have won some cold weather games. We beat the Eagles in the cold. We beat who else did we beat? We beat somebody else in the cold, I'm pretty sure. If maybe I'm wrong, but I think we beat somebody else in the cold. I mean, our playoff resume wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. I mean, we had some choke jobs. I'm gonna be honest, we had some choke jobs, but we actually also had some pretty cool triumphs at times. So it's just, but anyway, is this still there? I'll tell you what though, this to me tells me that the 49ers aren't done. I will say that the 49ers are not done. I mean, because the Rams, we can rag McVay and all that, but I mean, the bottom line is the Rams are still a contender. I mean, they're not, it's not at all time to write them off. I heard people today talking like the Rams, they're just not even a contender. I'm like, well, now y'all just being idiots at this point.
Okay. I will say this. I discredit almost every single power ranking ESPN puts out.
Oh yeah, they're terrible. They're fucking trash. Like, why does anyone look at that shit? I used to like it when I was a 10-year-old, but now I'm not a 10-year-old, I don't care about what they're. It's just
so here's the real question, and this is interesting because I was thinking about this the other day, because you hear a lot of commentators, right, bring it up. Oh, in the power rankings, they're here like. And they're using ESPN's power rankings usually.
Oh, fucking goodness.
And it's like, come on, like you know better than that. But why do they use it? That's my question. Why would you use
That's because it sounds good, like ESPN.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying,
it's not good. Yeah, anyone with half a brain knows that it's like it's literally stuff a 5-year-old could do.
I mean, you could take literally anyone that has been a part of any of the shows that myself, you, or Bogart has done, and we could put together way better power rankings.
Yeah, because we actually look forward. We know the trends. We know the long-term stuff. Like, I guarantee you, heading into this week, the Chiefs are probably like 17th or some bullshit. I can almost guarantee it. But now for this week, I bet they vaulted up. I bet their headline for the power rankings, Chiefs move up 10 spots in latest updated ESPN power rankings.
Chiefs are now favored to win the Super Bowl. It's like, what? How does that happen?
God damn it! I don't know. And you know why that is, and it's getting even worse because I'm telling you, man, it's his age of clout chasing, with TikTok and stuff, man. It's just it's ruining shit. I mean, it just I will say, like, I mean, there are some stuff on TikTok that can be all right, but for the most part, man, TikTok is toxic because it's very just short term stuff, and the problem with that is most people are not conscious of that, and so they think that that's the way it is permanently. But the problem is they have no conviction. People have no convictions, no nothing. Like, it's just like it's literally just it's just it's just sick. Like, it's terrible. Like, we could do a whole like a 4 or 5 hour show on just all that crap. I don't want to get into that too deep here tonight. I mean, we're just talking football. It's just, but bro, I guess to wrap it up, like, my point here is that, like, this shit is like, just, you've got to think big picture. Like, you cannot keep getting sucked into the same bullshit. I feel like if people, it's not that hard too. You just got to open your eyes, people. Like, we still have hope. Like, the power is still within the people. I'm not at all trying to be a doomsayer or nothing, because it's really simple. You just got to open your fucking eyes. It's easy. And that's why the CEOs or whatever of TikTok and ESPN, that's why they get, because they can see it and they know how to control everything. But the way to get back at it is you got to open your fucking eyes and see that it's bullshit and start, tuning in to the good stuff. Like, I don't mean to sound braggadocious, but like what we got going on, because we see through that bullshit, man. Like, straight up, we're the average Joe show, man. Like, we're just sitting back drinking beer, having a good time, man.
Hey, hashtag average Joes unite.
Exactly, right. That's my whole point. I'm glad you said that, BW. I will drink to that, because that's the whole point. Is, man, average Joes unite. That's been the
hashtag. That's been the hashtag for my show since I started it.
Yes, sir. Perfect time, and Bogey's back.
Bogie. Hey, man. Oh, shit. I got him on mute because he's walking around. Hey!
Sound the air horns.
I had to just lay it. I had to lay it into my cousin, man. When I was kind of told y'all a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah.
And he called me with some crazy, and I just had to let his ass know, man. Like, listen, bro, grown ass fucking man. I don't give a fuck about any of the bullshit you're going through, bro. Because I'm one of the only people that's gonna have your best interest, and I'm letting you know you fucking up, and you tried all these. That's the thing with people that fuck up. They have every excuse. It's never their fault. And I'm like, listen, bro.
I know they don't. They're blind. They're blind to this.
And I'm that person. Pitiful. You can say I'm a dickhead, but I have no time to waste in life because you don't get time back. So while I have this time to not be a waste while I'm talking to him, I'm like, listen, I'm gonna tell you how it is. You fucking up. It's you. You're a habitual fuck up. Like, how many times I was telling him, this is like been like years of these type of same stories of these situations he gets himself in, and I'm just trying I'm like, listen, man, ain't nobody else gonna tell you what it is. I'm telling you what it is, and now it's your fault for not hearing me out. Now I said this is part of those bad decisions you be making, because it's a stupid decision to not listen to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like you're just beating your head against the wall. It's just like, God damn, dude. Like, wake the fuck up. That's got like me and BW talking. We were talking about that when you were off the stream. Like, we were talking about people just need to open their eyes. We were talking about just how stupid like the ESPN power rankings, where it's like if people would just open their eyes, they could see through that shit. Like these TikTok analysts. Like, just if you'd open your eyes, you'd see just how fucking stupid they are. But yeah,
I mean, for every couple thousand of these TikTok analysts, you find a guy like Brian Bolster. He's awesome, right?
Mm-hmm. But that's why I didn't want to sound like a dick.
Right? They're not all Brian Bolsters,
right.
Though, you know what I mean? Most of them suck.
And that's what my point was. Like, most of them suck. Cause, like, shout out to the ones that are actually doing their due diligence. But for the most part,
like everybody who said Mahomes, like everyone who said Mahomes is done.
Yep, and all the ones that are saying the Cowboys are the best team in football, or like, it's just, come on, man, and then they go lose the Denver.
It's like it's literally the flavor of the week for them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Everything's become the flavor of the week. The flavor of the week. No one has convictions. No one stands for anything. It's just become a bunch of spineless motherfuckers.
Everyone wants to be right,
Yep.
Right? So they're gonna go with what's just happened. And then there's other people who just guess and say shit like, "Oh, like Brady sucks." Then Brady loses the game to the Saints, then loses the game after the bye week to the Washington. Oh, they're taking these victory laps. Yeah, watch when Brady gets back to the Super Bowl. Where the fuck are you gonna be at now? You know what I mean? Like all these motherfuckers. And here's the thing too: we don't remember these cats. You know why? They're not memorable. Because instead of like
losers, though.
Yeah, instead of standing on what they actually believe, they want to go with the masses and just change their. Listen, man, I used to work with a guy who was like this, and I'll never say his name because he does, you know what I mean. But this guy,
I think we know where you're talking.
And that
about.
guy sucks.
I didn't
a guy.
put two and two together, but
That's a guy who is the run of the mill. There's 100 bazillion of these guys. Versus the dime a dozen us.
Yeah, that's straight up. That's the guy on TikTok that's like, "Hey, what's going on, everyone? I'm just letting you know that I think you should start Matt Stafford this week." No shit. No shit.
And then he's the guy who's actually wrong about it. Yeah, what a time to go chalk, you fucking wrong ass. It's so funny. There's zero, and
it's empty, man. It's hollow, empty, like just trash. It's like an empty trash can. It's garbage, man. And they filling it up with their weekly heap of trash, and then they got to take out the trash once the people open their eyes, man. You can see this garbage can building up. Open your eyes, take out the trash. Don't give this person a fucking platform.
And that's why. If you do follow content like that, you should swap over to hashtag the dark side, hashtag the clear side, which is the fucking boys.
Yeah, we got you, man. We might not always be right, but we got you. Like we'll stand on our convictions, man.
I'm damn sure not going to switch my takes week by week.
Right?
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, like I said with my rookie quarterback rankings, like me and Blake did our rookie quarterback rankings. I still had Trevor Lawrence first. The flavor of the week, motherfuckers, I guarantee you have Mac Jones first. But my ranking was Trevor Lawrence 1, Trey Lance 2, Mac Jones 3, Justin Fields 4, Zach Wilson 5.
And here's the thing too, is like it's all case by case, right? Like Justin Fields moving forward could be the best fantasy producing rookie moving forward.
Right. We were talking just like from a real life NFL perspective. For fantasy, I'd probably put Fields maybe over Jones because he runs.
And like Mac Jones, in reality, is the best QB because he's in the best situation. And like I guess technically you could say Lance is in a good situation, but he's not the starter. So Mac Jones is the guy right now who should be highlighted, even though and this is technically a flavor of the week, but this is something I could project safely. Do you think we could project Trevor Lawrence being any guy who turns it around this year? No. You know what I mean? Like, it's because situations are everything. And people are so face value with their takes. It's fucking annoying, man. So it's like the commentator, and it's going back to this guy again, right? That we don't need to say his name, but he used to call fights and be like, he's really punching him. Like, yeah, because that's what they do in a fight. That's like saying the quarterback really threw that ball. Like like this fucking less than rudimentary analysis that like can't even be considered analysis.
Yeah, it's literally you're just saying like the sky is blue. The sky is blue. Oh my God, look at the sky, it's blue. It's like, shut the fuck up. Oh my.
And then there'd be the fucking dickhead wannabe who comes in like, well, actually it's sky blue.
Yeah,
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Actually, I got this random alert on my phone, a completely unrelated topic, but figured it might catch your eye. Staples Center to be renamed Crypto.com Arena in multi-year contract. The fuck? That's great. It came through Sleeper. I'm assuming it's legit. That just seems crazy.
Whose stadium now?
That's the LA Lakers. That's the LA arena that the Lakers and Clippers
The
share.
Staples Center.
The
Yeah.
Staples Center. That's like the goddamn.
Which
like,
is pun intended a staple.
Deal.
It's a staple venue. Pun intended. You know what I mean?
Crypto.com. What the? God damn, man. What's it? Crypto? They're trying to take over the US dollar. They think they can take over. I don't know.
Dude,
man.
that's like here in Wisconsin. Wow. You got the Miller Park was renamed American Family Insurance Park. People lost their fucking minds around.
Oh, that sucks, man. Miller Park. I feel like Miller Park and Coors Field, like for the Rockies and Brewers, that's like iconic. But
yeah, Miller's Park.
There's no more Mile High either. Like they still refer to it as Mile High Stadium, but it's something else now. It's whatever company.
Yep, and the Seahawks. When I went to Seattle this summer, I thought it was still, what did they rename it to? CenturyLink, but they renamed it to some new bullshit now.
Yeah.
I looked up CenturyLink Field, nothing came up. Same thing with when I went to Atlanta, too. The same shit happened to me when I wanted to go see the Atlanta Braves Stadium. I thought it was Turner Field. Nope, it's now like Truce Park or some crap. And the GPS routed me to the old thing. We went to the old abandoned stadium. I was like, oh,
That's
shit.
funny. They're like, hey, man, it's a game today.
I know. I went there. I recorded a video because it said home of the Braves or something. Like, I was like, I thought this was the home of the Braves.
You know what's crazy is, but see, that's why Turner is so awesome because he made his billions by like building shit up and selling it off.
Oh yeah, he sold that shit. It's not. It's no longer Turner. Yeah, he sold that. He sold that shit. Man, it's just crazy, bro. I just know that this summer, just with the corporate bullshit, how it all changes. Like if you're not tuned into a certain city, you're not. It kind of goes low key. Like the Caesar Superdome. Like I'm tuned in. I mean, shit, I work for NOLA.com, so I know all the latest. I mean, I'm tuned in. You know, I wonder how many people know it's no longer the Mercedes-Benz Dome. It's the Caesars Superdome. Like,
I remember when Pac Bell Park turned into AT&T Park. That's where the Giants played. And I remember just that being
in the Bay Area.
In the Bay, and that's the thing. Like it, I just remember having to get used to referring to it as that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I always like that because I always like when they'd have the All-Star game there because for the goddamn home run derby, every time they hit them into the water and then all the motherfuckers paddling to get the
the balls.
That shit was fun to watch. Yeah, they had stupid Chris Berman's and they all paddle back. They'll get the fucking ball.
I had a homie. Shout out to my homie Bobby, man. This is a white dude I grew up with. I haven't spoke with him in like probably over 20 years, but I remember in him and his dad used to be out there in the canoes, man. Like they was out there, like they used to do it as a father and son thing. That's what they would do.
Up.
Yeah, and you had a gang of balls, man.
Sweet.
And they would sell those balls, bro. It was good money.
Oh, I bet.
And then like early eBay days, like these motherfuckers were auctioning these bitches off, and like you know, to have actual footage, like you could probably even find footage like to prove like, yeah, that was me. I was out. This is that ball. You see me in the camera? That's us out there in that blue canoe.
Yeah. Video evidence of that shit. Yep.
Yeah, man. It's kind of awesome.
What's up, Bogart? This is the last game on the segment here. What were your thoughts on this big 31-10 dub?
First, I would say the Titans really laid it out, like how to beat the Rams, because the one thing that the Buccaneers didn't do against the Rams is what they do best in pass rush. The Titans came in and was like, all you got to do is just pressure fucking Stafford, because Stafford is not going to boot. He's not going to roll out. He's going to stand in the pocket. All you got to do is hit that motherfucker. And that's what we did. You know what I'm saying? And he made costly mistakes early. And then, you know, Shanahan coming out and saying that the plan was to run the ball like 30 plus times. We ran it 40 times as a team. And like, really to set the tone by like the first carry of the game was Debo, like where it's like, because Debo in his career tears up the Rams and they're like, all right, this is what we're gonna fucking do. We're gonna, you know what I mean, we're gonna just hit him right in the mouth with Debo. And like even Eli Mitchell, 27 carries, 90 something yards. Like that was the emphasis. We're gonna run the ball, and there's every so often you're gonna see George Kittle blocking, and he's gonna block and run and get open. You know what I mean? And like it looked good again, because that's still like it's still divisional. So this team knows us well, and it's a perfect case. Like I will be the first to say that Sean McVay is a more successful head coach, winning percentage, but the teacher can't beat the student, bro. And we always just fuck up Sean McVay. It's 5 games straight now.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about it. We were saying that Sean McVay just looks kind of soft out there, man. And Rams are just not physical.
And I will say this, like while they have the same scheme as us, like, obviously little nuances, right, that are different, but for the most part, they just, it's a Shanahan-esque offense. The difference is that we are out there smacking fools around, running and getting physical with our run game, when everything for Sean McVay is finesse, scheme.
I know.
Everything's got to be.
And when finesse, he's soft. He's a flake.
Yeah, and when you just knock them off their mark, and the timing's all off, and you take the finesse away, boom, they get exposed. And that's 2 weeks in a row in prime time, and losing Robert Woods is a real thing. They're gonna need OBJ to fully step up in this bye week. And like, there's also the intangible factor that maybe just OBJ is just actually cursed, and everywhere he goes, just gonna.
That's what I'm about to say. I like that. I was about to say, if an early what if OBJ just fucking sucks? What if he's just garbage? What if he's just done?
He hasn't been the OBJ we know.
Right.
And like,
that's what I'm saying.
Since
He
New
is
York,
not going to be Bobby Trees.
In my opinion. Since
New
York.
He peaked with that. Ever since then, it's been downhill.
2015.
He's not going to replace Bobby Trees.
2015, he peaked, I think.
Yep, he
that
peaked
was
late
the year.
season.
That was the year that he had all those fucking issues with the
Josh Norman.
Josh Norman.
Josh Norman, yep, where he acted out. And then he
Yeah.
got up on the bench, all hype up, and then they still fucking lost.
And then, you go to 2017, 2016, he gets hurt. 2017, he gets hurt. 2018, he gets hurt. You know what I mean? Like, This is Odell's career. It's not like Antonio Brown, where he was always great. And then it was like, man, if we can get him with Brady somehow, oh my God, right? And this is not that situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We get OBJ with, he stopped running that route, and that would have been a house call early.
Yeah, he quit on the route. He quit
early
running
in the game.
He quit running. That's why I texted you. I hope OBJ already fucking up.
It could have changed the momentum of the whole game.
Exactly. If he'd have kept running, gotten that house call, he had a Rams mail.
Because we deferred to them. That was their first possession. They would have scored on their first possession there, and it would have been a big one. And we would have had to already early, lightweight, abandon the run. Because now it's like, oh, shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead, what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and y'all controlled the game the rest of the way.
Yeah, and their defense was already suspect against the run. They're like 25, 26 against the run.
Yep. Oh, yeah, the great Aaron Donald. Where's he at? Fuck Aaron Donald, man.
Yeah, and our line usually plays him well. We did. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's just when people think about the Niners, they say, oh, we're bad. We do suck because our record says it, right? But we're also just banged up, and this is the healthiest we've been all year going into that game. So there's that.
Yeah, Kittle was back, man. Kittle had a dude. You're not gonna believe this. I had a league where some dumbass dropped Kittle. I was like, give him to me. Give him.
Oh my God, you got him.
It's a small league, a really shallow league. I'll be honest. It's a 10-man league with limited pickups, but I had a chance to actually drop Dawson Knox for him. I was like, the only way you can
make easy. That's an easy drop.
That's what I say. Yeah, the only time you can make pick. I got lucky because someone else would have done it, but I had an opportunity because Dawson Knox had missed 2 weeks in a row. That's the only way you can make a pickup, is if one of your players misses 2 weeks in a row. Kind of whack, but I took advantage of it.
I hate rules like that.
I do too, but a lot of people I'm in there with friends and family, so I put up.
But it's also cool because I am a fan of diversifying my leagues. Like,
yeah, it is a pretty diverse league. I'll give it that. 21 rounds, the draft. It's a big draft.
okay, so that there it is too. That you have these deep ass benches. So it's kind of like it's like a redraft dynasty style.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 6 running backs, 6 receivers, 3 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends. It's in 2 defenses and 2 kickers. Like,
is there a lot of trades that go down in this league? Because normally,
not too much. Sometimes
that's probably the main reason I would do leagues like that, because I would assume like, all right, this is going to provoke trades because now you can't just go to the waiver and try to save.
Right, yeah, they do have some trades. Yeah, there are trades that happen. It's like, sometimes you're like, I really need a quarterback. Like this week, my pops really needed a quarterback, so he swapped Joe Burrow for Derek Carr. I told him, I was like, well, Joe Burrow feels better moving forward than Derek Carr. I was like, I don't know if I want to sacrifice Joe Burrow's long-term upside for short-term with Derek Carr, and I think he's kicking himself now.
Derek Carr's another one of those guys who can't close a game.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like,
about that.
Another one with the old blue balls.
Yeah, just he's one of the, and listen, man, and he's supposed to be a good Christian, right? So he's probably like, oh, we can't have premarital sex. You know what I mean? And like, so he gets married and pops out all these kids for marriage's sake. But like, he knows he can't get it done.
If he could have like Phillip Rivers, he just like, fuck it, we're just gonna keep getting.
Phillip Rivers is a finisher. Rivers is a finisher.
100%.
He's a finisher that can't win the big one. There it is.
He'll finish like anything but the big one. Like he'll fit in the big one. Oh fuck.
It was such a Chargers thing to happen to Phillip Rivers with the Colts in that playoff game against the Bills when they go for it on 4th with the game on the line and it goes right through the guy's hand. Like he basically drops it. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, Phillip Rivers with his shot put style of throwing the ball. Fucking put it right on the money, dude. And like that was such a Chargers thing to happen to Phillip Rivers with the Colts.
I'll tell y'all this. I know they said Phillip Rivers would take a call from the Saints, but please do not call Phillip Rivers.
If they called Phillip Rivers, it would be way more better than Trevor Siemian. But the one thing that sucks is that it would still be Taysom Hill coming in here and there.
Yeah, I want Taysom Hill to start. I've been an advocate for Taysom Hill starting since the offseason. I mean, even with infamous Winston, I was like, I love Taysom Hill, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if infamous was healthy, I'm sure he'd still be starting. But like, if let's just say infamous would have gotten on a 3-4 game stretch where he threw like
we would have seen Taysom Hill
picks like in that stretch, I guarantee you Peyton would have made the switch.
You know what's crazy though about it is like he really had to get hurt to lose that job because
I know, man.
I don't think Jameis was gonna make those mistakes. Jameis was learning.
He
quick.
was doing good.
Yeah. It was boring for fantasy, but we loved it.
Saints fan, I loved it as a Saints fan. He was growing,
and we loved it for Kamara too because it took 7 weeks, and then they come off. What was it? They come off their bye week, play Seattle, and that was the game. Where it was like, oh, I could throw it to the running back too, can't I? You know what I mean?
Oh, it's so funny. And you know what? I say fuck Tom Brady. Here's what fuck Devin White, man. That's the dude that injured Jameis, man. That dude, I swear, he's a dirty player. He's just a dirty player. He horse collared another player in that game, man. He's just a piece of shit, man. It's crazy to think like, and he's been like that since his high school days, man. I'm a buddy of mine, it's a local sports writer. He covered Devin White back in the day, and they told him Devin White. He tried to get in touch, and he was like, Devin White just straight up said, "Fuck you, I'm not talking to you." Like Devin White is just trash.
Here's another thing too. This is why they put all the rules the way they are to protect the QBs, because when the QB gets hurt, it just the quality of the product that we're watching is going to be so like.
I know. Just look at the Saints now. It's Trevor Siemian. It's terrible. It's tragic. It's like
even with Kyler Murray hurt, right?
A fucking robot. Yeah,
like,
Colt McCoy.
Colt McCoy sucks to watch.
That is
the backup to Colt McCoy sucks.
Dry heaving.
Look at and Sam Darnold was already like, he was already bad. Then we had to see PJ Walker. They're like, you know what? Call Cam Newton.
Yeah,
like get Newton in here.
I'm back,
right? And even listen, they can't all be Taylor Heineke's now. right? Where it's
Yeah,
like
Gardner Minshew's.
Gardner Minshew's, or even Case Keenum in 2017 when he came in, you know, and
Nick
he
Foles.
Nick Foles, and they were bad for fantasy, but they in reality they had these teams in the games. You know what I mean? Like
game managers.
And like that's still
Eddie with the Saints when Drew got hurt.
There you go. He went 5 for 5 or 5-0.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Right? Like, and you know, look at Geno Smith. That they were like, you know what, we need to get Russ to come back with an unprecedented early return, right? Because they didn't want to see that shit no more. And it made me mad to see a weak Russ because it probably would have been better for fantasy, selfishly for my DK and Lockett shares if it was Geno Smith last week. You know what I mean? Like, give him one more week. But it's such a big game that, like, oh, and then look at that. We got to see the marquee matchup be one of the worst game of the week, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that was the Troy Aikman game, and it sucked.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny when that happens. I kind of like that. It's Joe Buck and Troy. They're overrated announcers to begin with. So when they get a shitty game, it's like, yeah, fuck y'all. Y'all should be calling the shitty games because y'all are shitty announcers.
Yeah.
So week 2 more sections here. Week 11 fantasy sleepers. Who you guys got?
Interesting. You want to go, Bogart?
I mean, no, go ahead, man. I have a few. I mean, they're all reckless as fuck.
Yeah, let's say I'm trying to think some that are reckless. This is one that I come up with on the show earlier today. Donta Foreman, you know.
There you go. That was one of mine. I like that one.
I get the revenge game there.
Like I said, it's all reckless. Like the guys I have in mind are reckless as fuck.
Oh yeah, this one's reckless. But I'll tell you, Adrian Peterson is washed the fuck up. Jeremy McNichols cannot handle early downs. Give me Donta Foreman in this matchup. I think he'll parlay a double-digit fantasy day.
Yeah, man. I mean, if he can get his carries up to like 15 to 18, because this should be a game script, like a positive game script, like a running game script.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great matchup.
Here's one, and this is why I also hate Sleeper, because Sleeper makes the pretend like good managers think they're good when really they're just following things that are trending, and like. So I almost never click on the trending thing, right?
I didn't know there was a trending thing.
Yeah, but it's funny because
I don't mess with it.
Because one of my sleepers this week is Marcus Johnson, because there's logic here for the Tennessee Titans. Marcus Johnson's seen 2 games, 6 targets, and he's filling in he's doing the Julio role, and Marcus Johnson also has a history of flashing when T.Y. Hilton was hurt, because he was the guy that would fill in.
Yeah, he's a pretty good plug and play. Like, he stems a step up.
He reminds me of like Marvin Jones. He's like a Marvin Jones.
He's an underrated guy. I don't understand guys like that. It's like they're not quite good enough to stick on a roster yet. When they do,
like Tim Patrick, he's not.
They seem to make an impact.
Tim Patrick's not good enough to like supplant himself as number 1 or 2 on a roster.
Yeah,
but being that 3, man.
It doesn't make any sense. It's like you got these guys, these prototype physical specimens. Like, for example, Kevin White. He's this physical guy, so good. And he can't do shit. But then you'll plug in some no-name like Marcus Johnson, a guy that wasn't even drafted. He'll produce.
Eddie Royal that year. That year that Kevin White was supposed to be that shit. Kevin White was supposed to be that guy. And then he gets hurt. And then even when he was healthy,
it was Eddie Royal with the Bears.
Eddie Royal filled him in.
Kevin White is trash, man. I really hope the Saints cut him this week, man. He is fucking garbage, bro.
Going back to what I was saying,
he's his feet for hands. He is terrible. He cannot catch anything.
Listen, for primates, feet for hands is awesome, but he's not a primate. He's a human being. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, getting paid to be an NFL wide receiver on a team that has arguably the worst receiving core in the league. So yeah, you're getting cut, buddy.
Here's another thing. Like, going back to that trending shit, it's annoying because people will be like, "Oh, I told y'all." No, you didn't. You just you claimed Marcus Johnson because everyone else was telling you to. You know what I mean? Like, that makes me mad about Sleeper but also as analysts, like this week, Foreman's one of the hot pickups. I didn't pick up and drop Foreman like a few times in the past couple weeks because I kept speculatively adding him, but I was telling people to do the same. Like, yeah, you know what? Why everyone's going over crazy over Peterson or McNichols, I'm rightfully so. But I was also like, hey, man, they just, elevated Foreman to the practice squad. He's the guy that actually played on this team last year and would come in here and there and spell Henry, because Darrington Evans was hurt last year and Jeremy McNichols is just a pass catching running back. Like Foreman, fits the mold, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
But I had to try to diagnose this 2 weeks earlier than last week when we saw him get 11 carries, because that's the only reason people are gravitating towards him this week, because he had the most carries out of the three. You know what I mean? And now the trending aspect of him, right? He's the number one trending guy right now on Sleeper. And that could really fuck a lot of people up, because he might go out. If I could put money on, I'd probably put money that he doesn't do well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I bet the odds are now getting more in his favor, but they really shouldn't be. It's like he should be more low key. But the problem is with this trending age we're in with TikTok, it's so easy for shit to get skewed, because all it takes is one or two quote unquote hype beasts to start hyping up Donta Foreman, and then he becomes overvalued.
Like everyone who, like right now, everyone's talking all this big shit about Antonio Gibson. These are the same motherfuckers that were like shitting on him for weeks. Oh, you can't even start him. And then like, but against one of the best run defenses, the supposed best run defenses, the Buccaneers. Oh, but you want to play him against them. And then you take a victory lap, but you never even proclaimed it. You know what I mean? Until after. And you're like, I tried to tell y'all. There's hella analysts that are like that. There's no receipts. You know what I mean?
Fuck that.
Like, I take pride in like breaking down something on a show.
Yeah, for sure.
And then like going back and finding that clip, because it's like boom in your face. Everyone who doesn't do anything till post it happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's where leagues are won, because if you can get ahead of the pack, for example, and certainly like before Dawson Knox got hurt, I mean, I still kept him in a lot of leagues. I picked up Dawson Knox in a bunch of leagues before the pack caught on. And then I noticed everyone and their mama, oh, pick up Dawson Knox. Pick up Dawson Knox.
Should I trade for Dawson Knox?
I bet, guess what, motherfucker? He's on my roster. And
should I trade Dawson Knox should I trade Kittle for Dawson Knox? Like,
stupid shit like that, because they're just they're
yeah, I say, well, yeah, if some dumbass would offer me that, I'd have been like, hell yeah, I'll take Kittle for Dawson.
Yeah. Wait.
I'll send Dawson with his luggage packed and everything. You can have him. I'll ship him out.
Get him a gift basket
right there, and just make sure Kittle gets to me healthy.
Here's another thing that's hilarious to me, right? Is when people like will trade away certain players. Like Austin Eckler had 2 bad weeks, and they're like, "Oh, do I trade Eckler away?" And I'm like, or someone offered me this for Eckler, do I do it? And I'm like, did I offer you that? Because 9 times out of 10 it's someone like me trying to get Eckler after a couple bad weeks, because no one should ever be talking about trading Eckler away, right? And then most times people won't even stop to just look at where this guy is ranked currently. You know what I mean? Because I bet you if they knew that, they would be like, well, they would use that to their advantage. And well, he's the number 1 running back right now. I want this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? Like people just panic and here's another thing too. Motherfuckers were jumping ship off Jonathan Taylor after the first 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
held on to that motherfucker.
That was smart.
I'm glad. But that's the world we were living in the first couple of weeks. We're like, Jonathan Taylor's done.
Yeah, honestly, we need to do like a video, like a training course on it, like how to manage this, like how to manage the emotions of a fantasy owner.
This is why I enjoy doing that daily show with Hustler, because we get to help manage just people's gut reaction, like their emotional responses to shit.
Yeah, like early in the week. Yeah, so they panic. Yeah.
Like I remember when we started doing Q&As at the end of every show, it was brilliant because people just want to ask shit daily. Yeah. You know what I mean? You could do like last year, this other pretend place I used to work with, right? They used to want to do the Q&As on Wednesdays, and it's like, yo, we don't even have enough information.
Yeah, that's
that bullshit. You know what I mean? Like it would.
That's why I wait till Sunday to do my Q&As. I'll wait till right before the game.
Yeah, but see though, but see for the sake of content, doing a Q&A every day.
Yeah,
and then like you would see the same people, you know, in the comments or in the chat the very next day asking the same question because there was new news. And the answer that we give could be different because of the new news.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially in today's NFL where the news constantly changes. You might have an injury or COVID. Oh, like Big Ben Saturday night. Oh, COVID. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This is craziness, man. Right? Like Aaron Rodgers the previous week.
Yep. And like Big Ben
it's
probably
changing constantly.
Big Ben probably don't play this week either because the
10-day having symptoms.
But the 10-day shit too. Like,
he was vaccinated, so he could.
Oh, he was vaccinated. Okay.
Yeah. But surprisingly.
Here's another trend. Vaccinated players that come down with it, we've seen haven't cleared to play the following game unless it was a false positive. For example, Noah Fant.
Yeah, but Ben's wasn't a false positive.
Yeah, but Noah Fant, right? Remember all the Giants a couple weeks ago? It was all false positives, right? Noah Fant, he's vaccinated. He tested positive, and he didn't play that following game, even though he had enough time to theoretically to clear it. He did. He just did it. Nick Chubb, he didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like moving forward, if you have a player that comes down with it during the week and he is vaccinated, I still just rule him out. That's how I'm going to do it. Because you don't even know if you want the quality of that player.
Yeah, it might be rusty. Look at Aaron Rodgers this week. He played like Darren Rodgers. He wasn't himself.
Fucking Darren Rodgers out there.
Yeah, exactly.
I got now this is kind of a loaded sleeper for me. Mainly because I don't trust the guy that's going to be throwing him the ball. But what I do trust is where he's positioned in the lineup, and that is in the slot, Ray McCloud.
Yeah, Ray.
Mainly because
him up in some
if Chase Claypool, who's still questionable, granted he's still questionable. Obviously, if Claypool is in, James Washington is going to be in the slot. Actually, no. Yeah.
Well, and fair move too. Like Fryer.
Well, yeah. I don't think I would have picked him as a sleeper earlier in the year. In fact, I drafted him.
No, I'm saying like the person who takes slots.
Right.
Snaps
Oh, yeah.
That's what I meant. He's not a sleeper. People are awake on him.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like Ray McCloud, you saw his share last week, and you're going to see it again if he's in the slot, because I say it time and time again, Pittsburgh fucking targets the slot constantly. Yeah.
And
so Ray McCloud is mine.
And then you also got the team two aspects where like these guys practice together all the time because they're from the team twos. Because because on the starting team, when it comes to starters for Ray McCloud, he's a starter on special teams. He's a return guy. You know what I mean? But like as a receiver, he's in the lineup with the team twos. So the rapport is there. I like
him
that.
And Cody White.
Cody White too. I was like, who the fuck is Cody White?
Right.
White Cody.
The great white Cody.
The great white code.
He's technically on the depth chart. He's technically behind
McCloud.
He's technically behind. No, he's behind Claypool. Technically, if you listed as a wide receiver 1, 2, 3.
No, that makes sense. But still, though, that lands him as the starter on the team twos, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Claypool, it's foolish, but they're gonna try to get him out there because they say he's supposed to practice.
Yeah.
I mean, they need everything, bro. They're all willing to die out there every week because it's like they're playing week to week. I don't think they're seeing down the road. Like they don't have the luxury to be like, well, we're gonna make it far. I think they're thinking about just trying to win one every week, go 1-0 because there is no tomorrow for these guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Hey, Ray McCloud, go crazy this week.
Who was your sleeper, Bogie?
Marcus Johnson was one, but
Marcus Johnson, yeah.
And playing the Bears, who also give up a lot of slot production. And Devin Duvernay, man, he's just
that's deep.
Yeah.
We mentioned
Super
Bateman
duper
earlier.
deep.
Yeah, Duvernay.
Yeah,
because Bateman, I think, has arrived. Bateman's like playing the amount of snaps as a number one wide receiver. You know, he actually exists to. And like, how about this? I think they still view Marquise Brown as like technically the number one threat to guard, but they're foolish for that because Bateman's the guy.
Bateman, I think, is better.
Yeah, and he's just only getting better week to week. Like, you know, he's picking. He missed the first 6 weeks of the year. You know what I mean, basically, and he stepped on leading the team in targets ever since. So there's that. You know what I mean. But Devin Duvernay too. Like, one thing about John Harbaugh is there's not too much coach speak with him. He actually just means what he says most of the time. And they said they want to get Duvernay more involved. They said this last week, and they said this 2 weeks ago. And he was the guy that caught the touchdown and the guy that got the 2-point conversion. And he's the guy that a couple big third down catches. And then going into last week, the Dolphins were like, nah, we're not allowing this fucker to do it to us. You know what I mean? But I think the usage was still there. I like Devin Duvernay as a deeper league play. I'm probably, saying that out loud, I should make a claim on him in some of my deeper leagues.
There you go. See if he's available in the all-in league. We're gonna be battling with our broke fab budget.
Yeah. Well, see, and Devin, when you don't have fab left in these fab leagues, those are the guys you end up with because no one's gonna like spend any money on them or even think about Devin Duvernay. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
And like the reason I say this too is because, man, when you look at their personnel on offense, they're a pass first team now, and
right.
And if they're gonna run the ball, it's gonna be predominantly with Lamar. You know what I mean? Like, that's the Ravens' outlook. And I thought it was funny that dumbass Joe Buck and punch drunk Troy Aikman on Thursday night. They kept referring to the Ravens as one of the best running teams and this, and I'm like, not this year. Like, call it how it is.
Backs are hurt.
Yeah, and like
I like that punch drunk Troy Aikman. He really is, man. I want to
you're like, I'm not. It's funny because as an analyst, he found a niche to like be not say anything where he's wrong or right. Like, there's a catch, it's questionable. I don't know, Joe. I'm not sure if that. I'm not so sure if that's not a catch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he plays both sides. It's obvious. Yeah, it's
exactly.
like Tony Romo.
I don't know, man. I'm not so sure if that's a turnover.
Yeah,
like Tony Romo needs to be a coach, dude.
He'll give a take, like, and he's really passionate about it. Like,
Tony Romo's good.
Yeah, he's fire.
Yeah, we need and Drew Brees is good. I think Drew Brees could replace goddamn Troy Aikman.
I mean, I've heard what's his name too? What's Buddy's name? The greatest show on turf. The graybeard. Kurt Warner.
Oh yeah,
he's awesome at it too, man. Like, these where they're diagnosing what the play is before it's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I love Gus Johnson.
I'm not mad at Gus Johnson. I'm not mad at him. You know who else is awesome? Talib this year.
Talib.
Bro,
he calls games.
Good, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't heard him. I've heard that Jonathan Vilma calls games. He's decent.
Akeem Talib was rusty to start off the year, but as he's like gotten more
I would not have expected
because it sounds like one of the homies calling the game.
Yeah,
bro, I don't know. Like, and he's really good because he just, from the aspect of what, like, he's a cornerback. He's gonna break down the DBs and the receivers down well. You know what I mean? Because these are things he studied like shit. Like, I remember Jason Witten, terrible, bro. Him and Booger. It was like the worst pairing. It was the worst pairing ever, right? Yeah. Like, there was one, like, Jason Witten, the whole game's going on. First of all, I think they found someone as worth.
Jason Witten.
Like, Jason Witten, the game will be going on, and all he's talking about is the tight end. And it's like, yo, yeah, we know you're a tight end, bro. Like, why you keep talking about this time, and it wouldn't even be a team with Kittle or Kelsey. It's like she's talking about the obvious.
He was so humiliated that he went and punished himself and played
really
another year in the league.
Yeah, and like then you had Booger McFarland, who would say like stupid shit like oh defense. I remember he said this. He was like, with defense, you don't even need talent. You just need effort. What the fuck, dude? Like, the only person that can pull that off is Belichick. You know what I mean? Because, like that was.
I forgot just how bad that was.
Yeah.
Booger, like.
I love Booger, but damn, he was bad in that role.
Yeah, and then like, Louis Riddick and this other bozo are fucking terrible too. Like, how many times? Like, it was so funny last night. There was like 2 different occasions where, OBJ catches the ball. He's like, oh, Beckham. How do you mistake them? One guy's white, one guy's black. You know what I mean? And like he does this every week though. Like, and it's like I feel like he's looking at the numbers and he's just always mistaking players for another guy. Like last night, I forget who was it? Last night he kept confusing the Niners running backs. I'm like, this fucking guy, dude. Like, look at your fucking call sheet with your numbers on it. And the you know what I mean?
Yeah, the man I guess the 4 years. Might as well watch the Manning cast.
I hope the Manning. I think the Mannings are enjoying being retired and at home, because if not, they would be great on the road in the booth doing the official ESPN one, not the ESPN2 one, where you know what I mean? But it also
they enjoy that because they get to interview guys. They get to interview
and they get
Brady
to be at home.
And Breeze and just chill at home. They
Draymond Green was on there last night.
Yeah, they have all. Yeah, they like that. I think they'd rather that. So
they brought in Al Michaels last night.
Yeah.
So, they bring in. They can
That
bring
was
in. They're
awesome.
the Mannings. They get to bring in any guest they want. Like
I love Al Michaels.
Anybody gets a call from the Mannings, like hell yeah, I'm coming on. Nick Saban's ass even went on. Like that's just next thing they're gonna be bringing on Belichick's old ass.
He probably would.
He probably would. No one will reject if you see. A Manning is calling you're not gonna screen that call. You're gonna pick that phone up and see what the fuck they want to talk.
Peyton Manning's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that they would go on these fishing trips with, like I was telling you, like they would have these off-season, like little fucking rendezvous, and with just to pick each other's brain. Just two great football minds just talking. You know what I mean? Like,
right on.
And see, here's another thing too with Tony Romo. Is I think Tony Romo still has the passion for it because he wasn't done yet. But they said, but Dak was so phenomenal, and they were like, okay, we're gonna save money. It was the business side of it got rid of him, and I think because that he immediately got the gig, you know what I mean, with the CBS, he was like, okay, cool, I'm still around the game, and then he was like, fuck it, they're gonna give me $50 million a year. This is more than I got as a quarterback. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what he's getting. Some $50 million.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of fucking money. That's a lot.
Yeah,
of money.
And look at that. 2 years in, and he calls a Super Bowl already. 1 year,
know, right? It's unbelievable.
That's how good he was. Get him to call a Super Bowl.
He's a natural. Yeah, after a few weeks, people are already saying he's like the best commentator and shit.
Yeah, because he shares CBS with Chris Collinsworth and what's buddy's name? We were just saying his name.
But see, who's it? Jim Nance is the one on CBS. Collinsworth's with NBC.
Oh, there you go.
Al Michaels is the other one on NBC.
Yeah, there it is. So Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth, they're doing the Super Bowl again this year because it's on NBC.
Yeah, this is Al Michaels last year with NBC, most likely.
Yeah,
unless
he's like 70.
But I mean, the motherfucker's so old. It's like they're thinking that he'll probably leave NBC and next year probably go to Amazon part-time and call whatever
I knew
Amazon
it was
games they have.
I knew he was old. He was like the age he was getting there. It was the Sunday night game, Niners Packers, and we get the touchdown, and we need to kick the extra point to take the lead, and there's 27 seconds left or 37, right? but Al Michaels goes, "And for the win." Right? And he kicks the extra point, and then Chris Collins was like, he has to clean it up. He's like, well, there's still 37 seconds left. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, he's like, oh, you're right.
Oh, yeah, it's like Al, he kept calling, goddamn, in the Sunday night game last week. He kept calling goddamn A.J. Brown Julio Jones.
Yeah. I was like, bro, he's not even active.
I kept dying laughing. And another one
man.
complete here to Jones. And I was like, oh my fucking God. I think it was in AJ Brown were number 11. And that was Julio's old number.
Yeah. And I get it. But like,
Julio, he said he kept saying it, but Chris would not correct him. I was like, he would just let it slide. I was like, come on, Chris, you got to correct him at some point. It was like the third time. He was like, and another caught by Julio Jones. I was like, God damn, man, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, man. I can't stand when it's just like, I'm a stickler for shit being correct when it comes to that shit. And like how about this? On a Monday night, if I'm watching the game, I might be doing a little something. The game's on. I want to hear what's going on if I'm not looking at it. And like Lewis Riddick and them, they're never talking about what's going on in the fucking game.
Right.
Like, so I got to watch the game. I'd rather watch the Manning cast then. You know what I mean?
I know, right? Yeah, because the Manning cast, you already know going in that it's not going to be all about the game. At least with that, you know.
So
you know what it is going in. Well, with Lewis Riddick and them, you think it, and then they're just like talking like Najee Harris's thing or whatever.
God,
and then he tweeted,
ridiculous.
what did he say? Like he's like, all right,
I
guys,
sleep on the floor.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Like in college.
It's like when you're the Monday night guys, somewhere along the week, you get to talk to the players, right? So it's like, here's this encounter of this conversation that never happened. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, when we were talking with Najee, he said, no, he never said that to you. Like,
stop pulling shit out of your fucking ass.
ESPN sucks, dude.
They really do. They suck.
Like, I can't even remember when they were, like, good. You know what I mean? I think
when I was a kid, I think they were decent, but then
I knew enough as a kid to be like, this is trash.
They just got worse and worse. That's probably, I think it's because as I got older, my eyes opened up more and more.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is trash. I loved it in like the 2000s. I used to like look forward to Sports Center and all that. Now I was like, Sports Center, you would have to pay me to watch fucking sports.
Yeah, fuck that.
Terrible.
You guys were like super young, but I remember back in the days they had the best damn sports show, right?
Oh yeah, I remember the best damn sports show. Yeah,
that shit was tight because you had regular motherfuckers on there.
Yeah, that was always real late at night. I remember my parents put me to bed a lot of times. I'd be like, come on, Dad, let me watch the best damn sports. They'd be like, I don't know. Your mom's gonna get mad. I'm like, oh.
Now you have everyone who throws on a suit, and you are a talking head, and you're being passed off as an expert. Or like, look at ESPN. This is a perfect example. Booger's a perfect example. Oh, former player, he's gonna know what he's talking about. He's not a guy you should be putting in front of a fucking camera. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's terrible.
Yeah, he's a good old booger, but it's just like, just because your name's Booger doesn't mean you're an expert.
And I'm gonna keep it 100. Like you're a puppet now. Like you
cannot speak your mind on ESPN.
This is them trying to diversify. Like, everybody has black analysts. You know what? Booger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who's going to be our highest paid analyst? Stephen A. Smith.
and see, at least Stephen A. is a draw.
Yeah.
Right. Like I get it. Like Stephen A. kind of found his niche where, like, I bet you he is one of the more intelligent guys, and but that doesn't draw. What does draw is shitting on the Cowboys religiously, and you know what I mean? Like, or like Skip. Being overcritical of the Cowboys.
Skip.
Like
they're both awful. Like, I feel like they're both way overrated.
They're mad entertaining, and that's all they care about nowadays.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They're terrible analysts. I guess that's my point. Yeah, they might be pretty good entertainers, but boy, they suck ass as analysts.
Entertainment wise, and like he checks off all the accolades, multiple Super Bowls, Hall of Famer. Shannon Sharp is awesome.
Yeah, I don't mind Shannon. I usually side more.
But they pair him when you pair him with Skip, it becomes it's like how about this? Back in the 90s, it was all about
who can we put with Chris Tucker? You know what? Let's put him with Charlie Sheen. That'll be fucking hilarious, and it's awesome, and it works. And they're like, you know what? Let's put him with a Chinese kung fu master, Jackie Chan, right? And and that was like a thing in the 90s. Like, let's go get these odd couples, put them on screen together. You know what I mean? Get a that was the formula. And then now when you watch it, right? At least if you're gonna go and fill a demographic, right? Like like when you run a business, right? You'll be like, oh well, we have to have X amount of minorities, right? And then when you're just trying to fill in minorities, because that's what all these other networks are doing, get quality motherfuckers. Don't, because I feel like now they're just trying to shit on us. We're like, all right, let's put in these bum ass booger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, put in someone who's good. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like, not just because they're trying to fill a demographic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Last segment here, the Week 11 upset, or as I
all
like
the
to call
games.
it, the hashtag The Guru Speaks segment. So to run down Week 11 here, we got New England in Atlanta. New England's favored by 7. Detroit in Cleveland. Cleveland favored by 10. low key though.
I mean, it's gonna be probably Case Keenum, or it's banged up Baker with a new injury now.
Yeah. Golfel's banged up too now.
49ers favored by 6.5 going into Jacksonville. Indianapolis.
That one could be an upset too, man. The Niners could go on like the South Florida flu, as they call it, man. Like teams that go into Florida just play off.
Herb, man. Herb's gonna stinky fingers.
Stinky finger it up. Buffalo or Indianapolis going into Buffalo. Buffalo favored by 7.5. The Miami Dolphins going into New York against the Jets, favored by 3. Washington football team going into Carolina. Carolina favored by 3.5. Baltimore favored over the Bears in Chicago by 6. The Saints are actually underdogs against the Eagles in Philadelphia right now by 1.5.
There it is. That's
I think my Saints get the dub, man. We're in a must win this week. We got
that one in Washington.
We're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done.
I think Washington might be able to get it done.
I looked at the schedule. There's another one coming up, but I think my Saints is a good one.
Houston going into Tennessee. Tennessee favored by 10.5. Green Bay going into Minnesota. Green Bay is favored by 2.5.
Man, I was about to say. I was thinking Minnesota. You know what? I'm still gonna go with it. I think Minnesota is gonna beat Green Bay this week. It's still. I was thinking the spread. The spread I thought would be more. I was about to be like, there it is. But in the spread with 2.5, I guess Vegas kind of sees what I'm seeing, man.
They lost 3 games last year, the Packers, right? And one of them was to Minnesota.
Yep, and I think the same thing's going to happen this year, man. I think Minnesota wins. I wouldn't bet the house on it, but I'd bet a little change on it because I just feel like they're heating up right now.
The defense is too good, though. The defense is too good, man. Like they've dealt with the injuries all year. They have depth everywhere. That's my argument against it. But I am a person who loves Corky Kirk more than the next man.
I was going to say Corky Kirk, and it's not in prime time. Guess what? It's a noon game. That really plays in the
there you go.
Kirk
that's very true.
So I'm thinking that Corky Kirk gets it done. Not that he can win anything that matters. This does matter as far as them getting into the playoff race. I'm just saying, these are the kind of games Corky Kirk.
This one gets them to 500.
Exactly. I think Corky Kirk gets it done. I still think Aaron, or as we call him, Darren Rodgers might still be a tad rusty. I think they'll put up numbers. It's going to be a shootout, but I don't know, man. I think he's thrown more picks this year than usual. I noticed that. That's been a trend. He's thrown picks. I don't know, man. I'm a little nervous about that. I would not feel good about Darren Rodgers. If I'm a Packers fan, I'm shaking in my boots. It's a divisional game. It's just, I don't know. They've been really lucky this year. I don't feel like, I think they're a little bit fugazi. I really do.
Here's the thing. This is where I'd argue that their defense, and there's some
Yeah, their
asterisks
defense
here.
is legit. I mean, I know they did, but I mean, Seattle.
But
Is
there's some asterisks
horrible.
here, because if you don't look at the asterisks and you just look at the names they beat up Kyler Murray, even though he had an ankle.
Yeah, on a Thursday night. I mean, that's kind of Thursday night.
They hold Mahomes. They hold Mahomes to 14 points, right? And that was legit because they had J Love on the other side, and that defense, for what it's worth.
Yeah, they balled out.
They balled out. Held him to 14 points. Made everyone start saying, "Oh my God, Mahomes is dead." And then they just beat up on Russell Wilson, even though the asterisk is he has a hand injury. You know what I mean?
So either the defense is legit, that it's not even if it is Darren Rodgers, that the defense might bail him out. I see your point.
And like
I'm gonna go with it, but I see your point.
Yeah, and listen,
I'm gonna go Vikings. Quirky Court, give me. I gave that Quirky Kirk. Give me money.
You know why I call him Quirky Kirk? Because he's the guy like that would be like try to when you try to bond with your players, right? He'd be the guy like, what y'all doing? Oh, we're going out to the club. I want to come. And you'd be like, all right. And then he's the guy like everyone's like, hey, look at Kirk. And he's in there like two-stepping off beat.
Oh, yeah. That's me in the club. That's me in the club.
He has backwards cap and he's just like, Kirk's funny, man.
Oh, yeah.
And to finish it out with the last couple games here, Cincinnati going into Vegas, favored by 1. Arizona going into Seattle. Arizona favored by 2.5. This one's interesting.
I think Seattle gets that one as an upset because it's probably going to be.
I think they bounce back. Yeah, and then Kyle, or even if he does come back, it's going to be all beat up. So yeah, I'm thinking old chewing gum ass is going to be able to. They'll be able to win.
The last 3 here: Dallas going into Kansas City, and Kansas City is favored 2.5.
See, normally, like Kansas City be favored by like 6.5 or a touchdown, right?
Right.
But like
I'm betting on Kansas City on this one.
Yeah, and what's really it should be a pick 'em. It should be a pick 'em, but Chiefs have been playing that bad that it's only -2. You know what I mean? Because it should be a field goal.
Should be higher, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll take the Cowboys in this.
Ooh, you're thinking Jerry.
I would take the Cowboys as well.
Dak,
I'm
gonna
go for an upset. You know what I mean?
Going to Arrowhead, I mean, it's only 2.5.
But Zeke is gonna feast on this really bad run defense.
For
you know what I mean? That's the one thing where I'm like, okay, and I don't know how healthy their offensive line is right now, but when they are, I know Tyron Smith's probably not gonna play, but when they are, they're controlling the trenches. You know what I mean? And that's what makes the Cowboys dangerous. As much as I hate on them, it makes them dangerous because they can run the ball at will.
Nah, fuck the Cowboys.
Yeah, fuck the Cowboys. Shout out to Complicated Kai. He's the only cool Cowboy fan I know. Shout out to him.
I know a few because I know a few, but they all have their moments where they be like, "Bro, we're the best in the world right now."
I know, right? They have that sense of entitlement. It's so
like they haven't won any. Like when you label someone America's team, and it's like you haven't even fucking proved it. Like you know what I mean?
You haven't won anything.
You just claimed it first.
Shut the fuck
We're
up.
America's team. Prove it.
5 years ago one.
Yeah, that's like somebody who, calls shotgun. Like, oh, I called it. Like. Yeah, but
I hate that shit, dude.
Yeah, it's like, do you really deserve to be in the driver's seat, or maybe
right? I feel that, man. Ain't not no motherfuckers that do that. The next time some motherfucker does that, I feel like this is what I'm gonna sit behind him and just kick the seat the whole ride, and the back just kicking him. It's like, oh yeah, you like shotgun now, don't you? You like it now, you some bitch. Yeah, fuck.
You know what is funny about that whole thing is with the Cowboys fans. The Cowboys fans, they're just always in for a big letdown. It's just, when is it going to happen? Is it,
Sure.
And, if Dak only has 2 playoff appearances, 1 playoff win under his belt. And, when you consider that,
just having the one playoff win under his belt, you know, he's in the same category as a Mitchell Trubisky. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean?
Biscuit himself.
He's in the same category as a Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean?
Kirk.
You know, these guys are better than Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's never won one. You know what I mean? They won a playoff game. But like,
the red rifle.
And none of them, when you combine all those guys I just named, they still don't have as many playoff wins as Jared Goff does. So it's so funny when you look at the way things.
Fuck Jared Goff, man.
Any given Sunday, man.
That was
Any
bullshit.
given Sunday.
Really, man. That's the big facts. Oh fuck, man. That's traumatizing. I think Jared from Subway fucking knocked us out because of the goddamn referees. He probably told him. He's probably, hey,
listen,
y'all
man.
gotta
I
make
think
this call for me. I'm gonna.
And conspiracy theory Bogie says the mafia is hella involved in everything. Like, how come you have all these referees on the field, and when it's a crucial call, they're like, "We're gonna go to New York for this." It's like, who's in New York? Some fucking mobster, like, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do here. You know, we need to shave off 3 points." And you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
what the fuck is this?
Spread.
We're gonna go to New York.
Oh shit!
And
I
then,
just bet the house on this team. Oh yeah, we're overturning this shit. We're overturning it.
And then New York makes the call, and when the call isn't then like, you know, the announcers will be like, "Well, let's go get Dean Blandino in here, president of officiating. What do you think?" They had the call wrong, and it's like, how are you gonna have this guy come in and clean it up when New York made the call? And it's, you know, it's like, what the fuck is New York? Like,
right?
You know what I mean? Why do you have this mysterious figure making these crucial decisions?
Yeah, they don't even say who the name is. They just say New York.
You don't even know if it's
who the fuck is New York. I'm glad you're saying that. Like,
you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
it's crazy to me.
Yeah, it's so crazy. With New York, it's probably goddamn Jimmy 2 times or some bullshit. Some shit.
Yeah, it's some fucking. It's an actual guy named New York. We're gonna go to New York. This random dude.
He's this guy that's like, he's like white as a ghost, never been out of his house in his entire life, just stuck in a chamber, just watching football. Like, we're gonna go to New York, bro. Goddamn, overturn it. Overturn that shit.
And then on hand, you have like an elite officiating guy, right? Like, who will come in and speak on it with the announcers, like, "Well, what do you think?" And they'd be like, "Oh, well, they had the call wrong, but you know, they're not." Or whenever it's clearly wrong, then they have that guy come in and vouch for New York. Well, they had the call right because X, Y, Z. It's like, they're just, it's the most blatant way to control games, and
it's insane. Like, I have a good idea for a graphic. I might be able to do it, or maybe we could hit up Peacock to do it, a graphic on "This is New York," and have the motherfucker like, "This is New York." I have to do
right.
It. And anyway, so New York, they have like a comic strip, like, "So New York," like,
right?
Yeah, what's going on?
We're gonna go to New York for the call.
Yeah. So New York.
It's like, why don't you go to the referees that are there?
Yeah, right.
And in New York, like, oh yeah. And in New York, it's like, and it shows like New York is thinking, "Oh shit, I bet I put units on this game. Like, fuck it, we're overturning it." New York, are you sure, New York? Yeah, overturn it. Then it all gets overturned, and the crowd's all like, "What the fuck?" And start throwing beer and shit. Oh, the ref's like, "That was New York. It's New York's fault." New York's just like, locked away in his basement.
Here's the funny shit about it too. Here's another thing that's funny is, like, one time they described what the New York is like, right? They're like, "Well, you know, in New York they have every angle imaginable." It's like, yeah, then offer that to the how
every angle.
Referees don't have
they
every
probably watch
angle.
porn up there. They don't watch the game. They might just jack it.
It's just you need someone to make the call. If they needs to go in a certain direction, right? Like one of my what if scenarios, I was screaming conspiracy when the Green Bay Packers were going in to play the Chiefs, because it was like, oh my God, the Chiefs are one of our biggest draws for ratings, and they're playing so bad. They're like, man, we need to jumpstart them. You know what? Aaron Rodgers has COVID, even though he really did have it, right? It is
false positive, a false positive.
I mean, maybe, and then maybe he just placeboed his way. Like, you know, maybe his rustiness came from being 10 days without practicing with your guys,
Yeah,
and it was really
point.
that versus like, you know what I mean? Like
he was quarantined,
because you needed
those reps. Yeah,
the Chiefs to win though. They needed the Chiefs to win that game.
And they wondered why he was so salty on that Friday with Pat McAfee.
Mm-hmm.
And they wonder why he was so salty. Yeah.
Let's go to New York for the call.
New York, like,
he has
COVID. He has COVID.
What? I swear to God. Before I said that,
New York controls everything.
And they started doing the New York shit about a couple of seasons ago, like right after the Saints thing.
Go to New York, yeah.
We're gonna go to New York.
Fuck New York.
Who is there? Is it Vince McMahon?
Is
it just?
It's a dude in his basement. A dude that's never. It's a dude. He's trained, but they've been setting him up for this. They've been training him for years for this moment. This is New York. And whenever we're gonna go to New York, it's all up to New York.
Yeah, I don't fucking get it.
It's nuts, man. It really, we could do 5 hours about that shit, man. It's fucked, man. It really. We need to do an episode like the top conspiracy theory games.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah, like the Saints, Rams, and just shit like that.
Yeah.
Last 2 games, Pittsburgh going into LA against the Chargers. Chargers favored by 5.5, and the Giants going into Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay favored by 11.
I'm betting the Giants. Give me the Giants.
I would also take the Giants.
I'd take Tampa Bay straight up, but I would pick the Giants to cover. The Giants will cover. That's going to be a close game. Brady's in a funk right now.
But see, that's the point. Him coming off these 2 bad games, they're going to beat the fuck out of these Giants. You know what I mean? Like, this is that get right.
They still, if they get AB back, I could see it. But if they're still without AB and Gronk, I don't think they're going to beat the brakes off of them.
But I also think that Leonard Fournette's going to have a fucking field day, and they don't have the pass rush to beat Brady because you need to be able to get him off his spot and hit him.
They gave Brady trouble last year, though. I'm pretty sure they played like a Thursday night, and then like
it was a Monday night game. It was a Monday night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Brady struggled mightily. They were lucky. That was like a conspiracy game. The refs freaking bailed him out. That was a conspiracy. I guarantee they did not want the Danny Dimes-led Giants to beat Brady in prime time.
And then when is this game? Monday night again?
Yeah. I think last year was Thursday. I could be wrong.
It was a Monday. It
was? Damn, I'm gonna look it up. I could have sworn.
Yeah, look it up actually. Because
I was like, damn.
I hate being wrong about these things.
Yeah, let's see who is right. Let's see. Whoever's wrong has to take a shot.
Listen, I don't have any liquor on hand, but I would take a shot if I was right even. You know what I mean? Like,
we'll just take a shot regardless.
Yeah, take a shot for me.
Right. Yeah, I have some vodka. I'll take a shot either way.
And like, bro, you know what else is crazy to me?
You're right, Bogie. It was a Monday, so I'll take a shot. I was wrong. Monday, November 2nd, 2020. Wow, I don't know why I thought it was a Thursday, man. I'm tripping. I'm losing it, man. I'm not the guru no more. Bogart the guru.
Listen, man, get it together. You're the guru, man. Don't.
Bogart the guru.
Listen. What I'm good for is I just remembered like things that I'm an idiot savant. I'm just gonna remember. I'm gonna remember a conversation we had last year. You know what I mean? Like I'm that guy. I'm gonna remember the shirt you wore on the stream. You know what I mean? Like shit that had zero to do with anything, but somehow it could be useful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, Washington could be an upset here. You know why? Here's a piece of useful information. Like I scoured to find information, and there was an interview after the Buccaneers game. They asked Ron Rivera. They said, "Well, Cam is back now," or this is actually on Monday, right? So he said, "Cam is back. Do you have, like a scheme to stop him? Like, after all those years?" He said, "Of course I do." Like, you know what I mean? And I was like, oh, like that little information is like, oh shit, this motherfucker. He might have something for him. You know what I mean? Like just saw his mistakes every day in practice, knew how to, you know what I mean? Like this is a real thing. Like that's where like the useless information might not be so. It might seem useless, but it's like, oh, this could actually.
Yeah, it could help you down the road. Yeah,
make a decision.
For sure.
Like if I'm going to place money or like okay, I remember my man's. I had just had my son. This is early 2019. It was a Super Bowl with the Rams versus the Patriots, and my man's calls me, right? He's in Vegas, and he says, "Who do you?" He goes, my man's calls me Bully. Hey, Bully, who do you like? I said, I like the Patriots and the under. And if you can't pick a team, because I was like, just parlay that, put hella money on it, and then he's like, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure, should I just take the under? Because I'm like, it's gonna be real defensive. And then I said like this, here's a tidbit. I said, Tom Brady, in my memory, has never put up more than 2 scores against a Wade Phillips led defense, and boom, that shit held true. You know what I mean? But that's just from me remembering all the times that he encountered a Wade Phillips defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the kind of shit that can be really good just on like when you make appearances on shows, just kind of bring up those kind of isms at the mainstream that falls through the cracks. That's what separates the men from the boys. I feel like because anybody can just read off what's trendy. And I mean, what's really cool about like the good analysts, like I was like, we remember this kind of shit. Like, and it comes back.
And it's the funny thing about history.
The universe rewarding us for actually studying the shit.
Mm-hmm. And the funny thing about history is it tends to repeat itself. So it's like, you know what I mean? Yep. Because that's the difference between like things that happen historically or things that become trends. Like, for example, before Chase Young got hurt, he was eventually about to start hitting home because this is one of the teams that they're at the top of the league and pressuring opposing QBs. Eventually that's going to hit home. Marquise Brown last year, he spends the first 6 weeks of the year, at the top of the league in unrecognized air yards. And it's like, yo, that's going to recognize itself eventually because they're actively trying to get it to him. Then he has the last 6 week stretch of the year. He's catching a touchdown every week. You know what I mean? Because that, that's where things like it, if you could put two and you can do the math. You know what I mean? You can do and it should add up because now it's not a trend. This is what this becomes history now. This is what they do. You know what I mean? Like for example, people still keep speaking on the Ravens as being a run first team because that's historically what they are. You know what I mean? So in this case, no, you can't say that this year. Maybe next year when they get JK back and all that. And until then, this is a passing team right here. You know what I mean? Like you just got to call a spade a spade. Then there's other teams because identity is very crucial when you're looking at teams. Like, what is the Steelers' identity right now? Defense and, the short game, right?
Yep.
And, people play them to what they are. They crowd the line of scrimmage because they know everything's going to be short. You know what I mean? Like, this is not just a trend anymore. This is historically what they've been since Big Ben has came off the Tommy John. You know what I mean? You don't have to respect Big Ben off of history. Right? So this is a different case because in the history, he stretched the field like a motherfucker. It's not happening no more. You know what I mean?
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. Identity, man. That's another thing too. Is when you Carson Wentz, I don't think I could trust him in his fantasy anymore because their identity is a running team. You know what I mean? That's what
rightfully
they are.
so. You don't want blue balls. I know you don't want to depend on that.
You know what I mean?
Man. JT's that dude. The JT can finish. JT's gonna finish the fucking job.
What's crazy is what's the Rams' identity? You know what I mean? They're like a balanced team, but
too soft right now.
Yeah, you can't say they have a dominant.
They're not physical. You definitely can't say their identity is being physical. They need to improve that for sure.
Mm-hmm. You look at the Bills, you're like, okay, they're a pass first team and they play good defense.
That's a winning formula.
Yeah, in this day and age too. In the pass happy league.
You gotta play defense. The Chiefs and the Rams are in the same boat. They're flashy finesse, but can they play defense? As of now, it doesn't look like it. So they might win a playoff game or two, but the odds of them going to the Super Bowl to me are inflated because people get infatuated by Mahomes and
look at Buccaneers. Look at the Bucs. Their defense is so banged up. And last year, that was what that's what carried them while Tom Brady learned on the fly how to run this offense. He had to learn on the fly.
Yeah, and Tom Brady wasn't even that great in the postseason last year. I mean, shit, he got picked off like 3 times against the Packers, but their defense turned him into Darren Rodgers because they own his ass.
So and if you look at it too, they're fully aware of this year, that their defense isn't shut down, right? So they're putting an emphasis on the run game with Leonard Fournette because they're like, all right, well, if our defense isn't as great, we gotta always own time of possession. So our defense can at least be fresh and playing with a lead, then we could tee off on the QB with pass rush. Look at when they're playing from behind. They had to abandon that game plan. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like when Leonard, listen, it's awesome for fantasy when Leonard Fournette's catching 7 balls. But if he's catching 7 balls, that means you're probably playing from behind. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like, that's not the identity of that team. The identity of that team is to get up quick in these games and then tee off with their pass rush. You know what I mean? So it's funny when like you could make someone not do what they do best, which is basically Belichick's entire career, right? Like, all right, we're gonna not allow them to do what they do best. And then also in other cases like last week, like, okay, we know they're gonna run the ball, we'll let them, and we'll tighten up on their ass in the red zone. And then you have Dearness Johnson puts up 100 on the ground, but can't get in the end zone. You know what I mean? Because that's their identity. They didn't necessarily take it away in that case, but they didn't allow them to beat them with what they do best.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
Gotta put a bow on this thing, huh?
Yeah, Spencer, let everyone know where they can find you at, man.
All right, yeah, y'all can go check me out at Spencer the Guru on all social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, especially Instagram. That's where we're at most. You know, Twitter and YouTube, we're trying to get back relaunched, especially YouTube. We got some stuff in the works. Definitely gonna have to hit y'all up, Blake and Bogart. Y'all gonna be first on the list as far as guessing when I have on there. And then of course yes, sir. And we got bet.nola.com. That's my hustle right now for the NOLA Advocate Times Picayune. Y'all go check that out. Like the link on the screen says bet.nola.com. Y'all can check out my content there. We do live shows every Tuesday in the afternoon, usually around 3:30 or 4 p.m. Central. And I have usually 2, sometimes 3 columns up on the Bet NOLA website where I break down on Tuesdays. It's my 3 things I learned with waiver wire, and then Thursday, there's my 5 matchups to keep an eye on. So y'all go check that out at bet.nola.com and go follow me on social media at Spencer the Guru. Appreciate y'all.
Bogie, let everyone know where they can find you at, man.
Yeah, man. You know, you already know the earth is my turf, and universe give me money. And just you can find me at the GMM Network. I'm an IG guy predominantly. And you can subscribe to the GMM Network on YouTube. And for one time this week, we are moving the Real Fantasy Playmakers What If series to a Thursday night / watch party.
I like it.
Yeah, because it's just it fits the schedule this week. A couple of the guys were a little busy on Wednesday, so we're staying water and we're staying fluid. So we're moving it to a Thursday, and yeah, man, it's a ton of fun doing that series, man. It's really just me bringing on all the homies, man. You know what I mean?
That's awesome. Who's coming on this week? Gonna have is Wise Man and Heart to Start Kev coming on?
So I haven't really reached. I know the main 4 of us are gonna be there.
Mm-hmm. And Huss, Peacock, and Smokey, right?
Yeah. So the 4 of us will all be in the building, and then yeah, man. I mean, shit. You're more than welcome to come on, Spencer. I know. I think Steezy was someone.
Oh yeah, Steezy could come back. Yeah,
Steezy might come on.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah, I've never done a show with him, but he's cool, man. I fuck with Steve.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna follow through with it tomorrow and see what's because I kind of had an extra day to plan it. Normally by this point I want to have everything figured out because it is pretty cool that I can just pick up the phone and call motherfuckers and like, you know what I mean? Just be like, yo, you know what I mean? Come rock with us. And like, even though like my channel's very small as far as following,
you know, we simulcast from Hustler's channel as well, and you know, we get a very good audience, man, on his Facebook and his channel, and we're getting it out to a lot of people, man, and yeah, man, I really feel like just doing the content with motherfuckers that I enjoy doing content with is all it's about, because I will refuse to work with anyone and put up with any kind of personalities I don't mesh with just because I think there's some monetary gain, because that's not me and that's not any of us.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, that show we did with Kevin and Wise, man. That was a really good show. It was funny because I was the only non-Cali dude on that show. Like,
oh yeah.
You, Huss, Wise Man, and Kev. I felt like it meshed really well. Like, that was a great show, man.
I mean, you know, I like to feel like I'm a reflection of those I surround myself with. So, you know, there's never going to be no suckers around. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that was a great line. And then the one we did last week, we had was Peacock, Smokey, Huss, and and JC Money. Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah. Oh, and then Gandalf came on too.
Oh yeah, Gandalf. Yeah, I forgot about Gandalf. He was like, he was real soft spoken, but every now and then he'd be like, and so we have he was thinking, and so I think Patrick Mahomes is a quarterback who could. I think he called his bounce back. I'm not sure, but he was. He said, he was pretty good. And that was an interesting.
Yeah, he's awesome. His content's dope too, man. Like just you know, shout out to the Fantasy Tyrant, man. You know.
Fantasy Tyrant. Yeah, I subbed. Yeah, I subbed to him, and Steezy and the whole gang, man. We have a good community. Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, man. A lot of good guys, man. You know what I'm saying? And man, and this show that we do here every Tuesday, man, I look forward to it. I love
this is awesome.
This is always the final cleanse of the prior week. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, because
it's to cap off my crazy Tuesday. I have to do all these shows are like, and I like those shows, but I kind of have to walk. Like, I wouldn't say a tightrope, but I kind of have to make sure, to not cuss and all that. Or this show, and I can honestly
cut loose.
But this, exactly, it's to cut loose and give my takes, like my honest take, like on Sean McVay. Like basically, I mean, Sean McVay's soft. Like on those shows, they probably be all like, whoa, we're here. I just like Sean McVay's soft. I kind of get to vent the stuff I was kind of thinking.
Yeah,
I wanted to say that, and then I can just let it rip. Let her rip.
That is true, because I always vent my shit on this show as shit I can't fucking want to complain about. Like, it's really, they say venting, it's really complaining to a degree, because I'm like, there's so much shit that just I'm like, I can't wait to bring this to Blake's show. And just fucking.
Oh yeah, this is awesome, man. Big ups to
you. Hey, I appreciate both you guys being on. Hey, you can obviously find me at Blitz with Blake. Appreciate anyone listening. Cannot thank you enough. Cannot thank both of you gentlemen per usual. And really, there's only one thing left to say, and that's fucking take her sleazy.